everyone. I hope you're doing well on this Sunday. Let us hop over here real quick. Starting as often with announcements, when I have announcements. So my announcement is that I published a new puzzle this morning. And you may have noticed I set this puzzle entirely on stream yesterday with much help from chat. So you'll see if you go to the link, actually, I credit the puzzle as being by. Oh, sorry, this is not actually solved. This is just my random example. I actually credit the puzzle as being by zetamath and chat. So anyway, I recommend the puzzle. I am quite happy with how it came out. I had an idea, and it sort of came out, I think, exactly more or less what we did. The setting of the puzzle was before the haircut. So if you go back and watch, you can see Zeta with more hair. It feels like a lifetime ago. There was so much hair everywhere. But anyway, now there is less hair. That's true. I wanted to grow just a little bit longer, and then I can repurple it, is my current plan, at least. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, it was also quite fun, so I'll probably do that again, because there's always sort of demand for sort of setting stuff, but it's always unclear, like, exactly how to make setting stuff sort of engaging. But yesterday, 50 plus people sat and watched and helped with me setting the puzzle and gave feedback and these sorts of things. And even through the like half hour, or however long it was that we spent entirely like nitpicking the aesthetics of the grid, people hung around. So it was a lot of fun. So anyway, I recommend the puzzle, and of course the stream is in the VOD, so if you want to go back and watch how this puzzle came to be, you can also do that. But I think the rules here ended up being pretty cool, so I was happy with how it all worked. It was sort of the culmination of something I'd been working on for like a week or two or whatever. So anyway, happy with how it came out. I think that I think that structure, by the way, worked fairly well. I've done this, I guess, a couple times where I sort of came with an idea, like I'd thought about the idea enough that I could sort of articulate at the beginning, this is what I want to do, this is why, this is what I kind of want the rules to be, because I'd played around with some of the ideas. I think that worked out pretty well, because that's also what I did with the Paradoku that I set with Ranksk. So over on Ranksk's channel, if you want, you can see Ranksk and I setting a Paradoku, and I did a similar thing where I said, like, I played around with this just enough to know where I want to start. Because that sort of made it so there wasn't a lot of sort of talk a lot about the sort of the creative process, and sort of like the longest part of the creative process is often sort of the ideation part, which is the like come up with an idea part of the creative process, which is probably pretty hard to do sort of on demand. But like the stuff after that we were able to do, and I was really happy with how it came out. As Garion mentioned, this puzzle has a somewhat miraculous resolution at the end, where it's just sort of like, oh yes, and the puzzle just solves uniquely from here. That unlike most of my puzzles that have that, we just got with no work whatsoever. Just at some point, J40 in chat was like, if you just add no more clues, it resolves uniquely. And it was that. Oh yes, and the LMD URL is something else. I will let you look it up, but oh boy, it's a spicy one. It's a spicy one. So there we go. So anyway, so that was a lot of fun. Thank you for everyone who helped and joined. But anyway, if you didn't, then you can now enjoy the puzzle if you want. Or you can go back, even if you did watch it, and see if you can still solve it. As often happens to me, I go back and solve a puzzle that I said and then can't remember exactly how every step worked. Anyway, obviously this is not the puzzle we're starting with today, just the puzzle that I wanted to announce. And great to have you, Mavir, as well. Okay, so the puzzle we are starting with today, and now all I can see in this puzzle is these super thick bounding lines. After spending, again, a ludicrous amount of time yesterday, like workshopping exactly how thick we wanted each line in the puzzle to be. But anyway, this is Country Country Road Road by Math Pesto. So should have credited us as Zeta Chat. Zetamath and Zeta Chat. That's true. Zetamath and Zeta Chat would have worked well. Welcome, Selby. Selena speculating, eventually we will get to the URL 000LMD. Selena speculates that's the most legendary URL possible, but I think the most legendary URL possible is LMD. But we're still quite a ways away from LMD. And if I'm being honest, I hope no one is using LMD by the time that we get to LMD. All right. So we can come over here and we can talk about, as I said, or sorry, not as I said yet, because I haven't yet said it, but we start each We start each stream with the puzzle that's most voted on by the supporters who support at the appropriate level for the puzzle. So I got a big long list of puzzles that I might do on stream, and whichever one gets the most votes, we start with this one. Today there was a tie between two Math Pesto puzzles, so we picked this one. So the voters for this puzzle are Woofer, Nordy, Cogito, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Russ, Math Pesto, and David. So thank you all very much for your support. I hope you enjoy this solve. I think this is going to be a fun one. I do like Country Road quite a bit. It is one of my favorite degenerate pencil puzzle genres. It might be Math Pesto and I might be the only ones in the Country Road Stan Club. I'm not sure that there are a lot of other people who hear that something is Country Road and react with any sort of enthusiasm. But Math Pesto has set a number of Country Road puzzles. I mean, technically, everyone has set a number of Country Road puzzles, but Math Pesto has set more than one. I have set one. So anyway, here's what we have to do. We must draw two loops. Each loop is orthogonal, non-intersecting, and goes through the centers of some cells. Each loop passes through every region exactly once. And for each pair of orthogonally adjacent cells across a border, at least one of them must be visited by at least one loop. The two loops may not overlap, and the two loops may not overlap each other nor turn at a shared cell. However, they may intersect perpendicularly. So what they're saying is that we're not allowed to do this. That wasn't the most clear combination of colors. We're not allowed to do this. But we are allowed to do this for our two loops. All right. Two clues in a region, if given, represent the amount of cells visited by each loop. A question mark represents a positive integer, and two question marks within the same region have the same value. Okay, so that's weird. Two question marks in the same region have the same value. So these question marks are the same. The order in which a pair of clues appear is arbitrary. Okay, so the first thing is that this cell's definitely visited by a loop. I don't think we can meaningfully do a bet tree. So this is a weird place to put this, but this is usually the break-in for a country road clue, for a country road puzzle. Is that because by definition of country road, one of these two must be visited. Because they're opposite a border. However, if this one is visited, it's a corner, and so this one's visited as well. So we get an instant free visited cell out of this. And I'm going to mark in gray cells I know are visited by some loop. And so in this case, it's visited by exactly one loop, but who knows? Now, this up here, 3 of these total cells are visited. One is not. And so if this is not part of a loop, then it would have to be 2. Oh, well, that's certainly not that 2. So So here's the next thing I'm noticing. The 2 isn't this 2. Because if it was this 2, then I'd have that sort of scenario. So my 2 are either off to this side or off to this side. Uh, now, if my 2 here, if my 2 is over here, I contend my 1 can't possibly be here. Because if my 1 was here, how am I visiting only one cell? Well, that's not possible. So my 2 is off to one side, and likewise my 1 has to be off to the other side, because neither of these could be the 1. So in fact, what this looks like in some order is a 2 and a 1. And I don't know which, but in particular, I always visit the top right. And so I always have, and I'm actually going to give this loop a color at this point, because now I actually know that this is visited. Well, that's my 2. Just by virtue of the fact that I've argued that. So that's my 2. This cell's unvisited. So this cell, oh, sorry, I should do that in gray, not in green. This cell is unvisited now by our argument. So this cell is visited. And so now this cell is visited, but it's got to be visited by the other loop. And because this cell's unvisited, we can do that. And so notably, now green comes down. We can do a loop dance because we have sort of some loops started. Ba-boop-a-doo. Wow. Ba-doop-a-doo. Wow. Ba-doop-a-doo. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I'm becoming suspicious that this wasn't at all what was intended to be the break-in, but it's making good progress, so I'm not gonna knock it. Okay, so green can't enter here. And how do I know? Oh, maybe that's not true. Sorry, I was about to argue something that wasn't true. So I was about to argue that green, no matter what, had to enter this region from here because either it would go down or it would come here and go down. But I was omitting the possibility that I just want to show you, just to show you the thing that I need to remember. This can happen. This is allowed within the rules. So I need to remember that that is a possibility. Because I keep in my brain thinking, oh, the loops aren't allowed to share cells. But the loops can definitely share cells. So that is not a thing that is true. Okay, now I do need now to make sure that there are 2 blue cells in this region at least. Is there any way that this goes down and there's 3 blue cells in here? I think that's possible. Let's see. Maybe the point is it's not possible for there to be 2 blue cells. No, I think there are. Oh, Garian has it. Oh, that's slick. Okay, so my point, let me explain my point and then Garian's observation. So in my version, if this goes here, then wait. Because if this goes here, then my point was, okay, well, now this is forced across here. But why does that force this to be 2 versus whatever? Sorry, because I was thinking this was the region with the 2, but this is the region where green's going to take all 3. But Garian, if this goes here, what happens is this goes here and this goes here, and green hasn't entered the same region twice, right? I think that's okay, right? Have I missed a place where green is entering the same region twice? Oh. Sorry. It's the point is this L. This L over here is the point. Because green can't get out of this region without coming over here. And actually, no matter where green goes, it's actually screwed because the only places green can go from here are regions green's already in. So that definitely doesn't work. So it's a little bit tricky, but I think actually the most elegant way is to see that if green goes here, then there's no room for green to go that isn't a cell that isn't a region that's already been, accounting for the fact that this green then escapes over there. It's a geometry thing about how this region is sort of sandwiched between the other regions. So this comes down. And now in this region, blue needs to take the same number of cells as green, but there's no way in this region for blue to take the same cell as green. So that number must be 3. And that's because the only way that I'm allowed to take the cells, the only way that I'm allowed to take a cell from both is for there to be a crisscross, but there's not room for a crisscross in this region. So I know all of those are blue. Okay, and so if these are blue, green can't come here, so this green has to come down again. So we've got all of that. Now, if this green turns here, I think we're going to have a huge problem. Oh, no, maybe that's... Oh, no. I think if this green comes here, I think this is a huge problem. Because if this green comes here... Okay, never mind. Yeah, so I have to argue something else first, which is that green needs to enter and leave this region. And so where does green enter from? Well, it can't enter from below. It can't enter from the right. It can't cross this boundary twice. So the thing that we know for sure, actually, is that green exits this region here. So I think that's going to help argue this much better. Because now if green comes down, then what's going to happen is that green is going to visit this region in 3 cells, and then it's going to be impossible for blue to visit it in 2 cells. So green can't come down there, so green goes there. Now, if green goes through here, it actually creates a funny problem. If green goes to this cell, it now causes blue... Oh, maybe do blue and green crisscross twice? Is that possible? I need to draw this in to see what happens. If we do this, we end up with that. No, that is very not possible. Because the argument that I made is that green needs to actually go down in one of these cells. And green, if it goes here, does not go down in one of these cells. That I already argued, but then promptly forgot, as MicroStudy kindly points out. Now, green only gets to visit this region once, so it needs to connect and just proceed to get out. So now my 2 is well met. Now, if blue goes up, that's a serious problem because blue will then die. And we don't want blue to die. That would be unkind to blue. So blue goes down. And now blue can't enter this weirdo region. So blue has to go up, forming a cross like that. Okay. Now, green now can't take only 1 cell in this region because green can't go down because green's already in this region. And so green can only go up or left, and both of them involve green taking 2 cells in this region. So it must be blue that takes 1 cell in this region. So blue's got to nope out very quickly to get over there. Hey, Bob, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So, we've got some interesting stuff going on here. With this 6. I kind of want to think about the 6, but I don't know that I need to think about the 6 right this second. Okay. Well, Garion has told me what I'm supposed to think, so I'm just going to think it and pretend I'm not thinking it because Garion has said it. So if blue is going to take 6 cells in here, blue has to take exactly these 6 cells. And now Garion says that's going to be a problem from the lower right. Because now, okay, so we have to draw this in. I see it. So if blue does do this, now this region can only enter and exit from these two regions, but this region can only enter and exit from these two regions. And I'm talking about blue here. And so then what happens is that forces a blue loop, because I've now got both an entrance there and an entrance there into this, and so the loop closes. Then that doesn't work. So and you can see that just by basically arguing, I know that this region connects to these two, and therefore this one definitely does not connect to these two. So this region always has to have a connection up there instead. And so basically the whole point of that is blue's not the one to take 6, so green is. Yeah, so Isabella, the thing I saw is the sort of standard country road trick is if you have a border sort of shoved into a corner like this, then it immediately forces there to be a road visiting there. And so I assumed that was the thing, but I don't think that's at all where we're supposed to start. I think we were supposed to start down at the bottom left. And it just so happens that now we have we have become too too entrenched in our thinking about here to acknowledge that it is possible to think about somewhere else. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there needs to be one more. Well, green can't take this cell. If green takes this cell, we have the same mini loop problem, because if green takes this cell, it can only connect up there. So that's poison. Green has to go down. And so now this cell is unvisited. So therefore this cell is visited, and this cell actually can only be visited by green, because blue's already made its way through this region. This is going for 6, remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So therefore this cell's unvisited. So therefore these cells are all visited by something. This cell is actually unvisited now because of this. So this cell's got to be visited by something. We've got all of this. And so now my question is, do we run into a problem if green takes down? And the answer is yes. If green goes down, we run into a problem, which is something funny. Because if green comes down here, then now green's got to get over here somehow. But once it does get over there, then it can't get out, which is almost the same problem that blue had, but it's slightly different because of the fact that we now have one end entering like it's supposed to, but it still creates a wall. If green goes down, it creates a wall that can only be crossed once and would need to be crossed twice. So green doesn't go down, in other words. So if green doesn't go down and it can't take that cell, green has to take that cell. There's no possible way for green now to take 2 cells in this region. Which one of these things has to, and so that thing must be blue, and there's only one way for blue to take 2 cells, which is that one. And so this is, oh, maybe that's not going to be unvisited. Sorry, I was going to say, so that's unvisited, but green could still crisscross it and do crazy things. Yes, so MicroStudy was noting that this thing, the thing that takes it, is definitely not green, because if green takes this, it's a dead end, which would be bad, because it couldn't go up or down or right. So No dead-ending green there. So blue's going to come up here and do that for sure. How many cells are there in this region? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there's 11. Okay, so green can never visit either of these two cells. So if green is this color that takes 9, green has to take every single one of the remaining cells, which annoyingly is possible. There's a quite natural way for that to happen. So I don't think I can immediately rule that out. Let's see. Okay. So it's funny, actually. Both green and blue have to enter this region from above and leave it to the left. So actually, we can sort of pre-fill in that there are these two roads here. One of which is green and one of which is blue, because both blue and green have to get out into this region through this wall, and there's only 2 outs. So actually, we could have literally this could have literally been our break-in if we wanted. Was that we have this. Okay. However, DWeb is pointing out that there's a clue here that I have literally not once looked at or thought about, which is that there's a 3-4 here. And so blue here can't possibly get out with 3. Blue can only get out with 4. So blue here is going to do that now. Because blue couldn't get out. If it were taking this, it would be at least 5. And so now this is green. And now green needs to take 3 total cells in this region, which means it can't go directly up because that would only be 2. So it has to come here. But now if I don't go up now green is infinity cells. So green has to go up like that. So we've got all of that. And now all of this is unvisited. I love that. That's adorable. So now this is visited. Can only be visited by green. And so now green's got to somehow get here, which is a corner. So that's a straight through. This is a corner, so that's a straight through. This now can only either make a mini loop or connect, and it doesn't make a mini loop. So we've got all of that, and so we almost know what happens. And so by uniqueness, we know this has to take these 2 cells. But we probably don't need to resort to uniqueness just yet. We are, I believe, making enough progress to not sort of immediately jump to uniqueness. I am inclined to agree with MicroStudies' setter logic comment that probably it is green that does the thing that zips through all of these cells, but I don't think we need to resort to that just yet. Let's see. So if these were unvisited, blue would be obligated to do that, but I don't see a problem with that. Oh, maybe I should think about this 1-1 in here. Thank you, Tristan. I love you, honey. So if I think about the 1-1 down here, actually, that probably helps a little bit, because like these could never be the 1s. These could never be the 1s. Oh, sorry, maybe that one could actually. And this can't be a 1 either. So my 1s, oh, this can't be a 1 either, actually. So my 1s are actually these 2. And so this one has to do that. This was, I think, the break-in of the puzzle. This one doesn't have to, and it does that, whatever color it is. And that color just can't be blue, because I can't connect these 2 blues through that green. So this color is green, actually. And it has to connect over there. And so now this is blue, and it has to look like that. And so now, now these over here are unvisited. And so as predicted by uniqueness, these are visited. I wonder, by the way, in the canon, what color the loops are. I went with green and blue, but I'm not sure if I went with the right choices. This is a corner, and now that corner is forced to be blue. So I can get rid of that. Something's got to visit 6 times. Something's got to visit this, or something's got to visit 6 cells. Something has to visit this cell. Someone's at the door. This is a corner, right? This has been a corner for 6,000 years. Is that roughly correct? Has this been a corner for 6,000 years? I think this has been a corner for 6,000 years. And it's got to be a green corner. Like, how long has this been? Like, basically forever, right? I think this has basically been there forever. So anyway, we're just going to ignore that and let that be green. And now, so now the question is, could it possibly be that blue is the 9 visitor? If blue wants to visit 9 things, is blue at the right parity to do that? So it'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it would have to nope out there. That doesn't look good to me. The thing I'm supposed to think about is this region. This region is another region where actually, if I think about it, there's only 2 ways out of this region. And the 2 ways out of this region are into this region and into this region. So blue has to cross this border. If blue doesn't cross this border, that's a huge problem. And green has to cross that border. Because if green doesn't cross this border, it's a huge problem. So green can't leave here. Green has to go up. That's the point. And now there's way too many cells that blue can't visit in this 11-cell region to be the 9. So now green is the 9, and the only way that green is the 9 is if it looks exactly like that, we already said. So blue blues its way through these. Uh-oh, I screwed something up. What did I screw up? Is it that I don't actually know that this... Is it that there's some crisscross? There's a crisscross here, maybe. Oh, okay. I think I see what I did. Oops. Except I already screwed it up. So I see what I did, though. I think everything I had was right until I said, and therefore this is green. Because that doesn't, that need not be green just because green is touching it here. That could be blue. And in fact, because if it was green, green would only visit 1 cell, it is blue. So my logic was sound up until the very last moment. And so now we get that arrangement going on up there. All of these are unvisited, but have no impact on the world. But just for conciseness, we'll put it there. I don't need the circles, though, in cells that have loop in them. The circles in cells that have loop in them, I can do without. Okay, so this is visited and is now a corner. So it looks like this, but I'm going to try and learn from my mistakes and not immediately say whether this is blue or green. Yes. Garian pointing out that actually all of these cells have to be visited because of this bunch of Xing. So this is a corner for sure. So there's something there. Right. Okay. So Josh is pointing out the same pattern that we had to break into the puzzle is true over here. One of these 2 cells is visited. And if this cell is visited, then this cell is visited. And if this cell is visited, then this is a corner, and so this cell is visited. So it's the same as the quote-unquote break-in that I think we made up. So this cell is always visited. Microstudy calls this the Denver point because it was what I thought was the telegraphed break-in to Denver that then no one actually used as the break-in to Denver. People figured it out, but only only through suffering. Okay, so this is not the one. Because if this wanted to be the one, it would have to go like that. That's never happening. Because that would create a double entry. We're not allowed a repeated entry. So this isn't the one. And this isn't the one either. Because if this wanted to be the one, I would have to get out immediately. I'd have to nope out here. But now this cell that needs to be visited is having the same problem that it was before. So that's not the one, and this is not the one. So therefore, they're the same. I enjoy that quite a bit. And now one of these is the one. Going through vertically is the only option. Okay, so... So if blue comes here, that becomes green. Okay, so now I have to carefully count. So if blue crosses into here, then blue has how many cells? That's currently 4. There's no way that I can get blue to be 6, to visit 6 cells then, because I could either go 5... 6 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the problem is if blue takes this cell, then green's not getting to 6 either. So therefore, this is not a Crissy-Crossy. This actually is blue. So this time, if I'd have made my logical error, it would have been correct, and we never would have known. And so this is green. And in fact, now all of these are green because blue is done with this region, which sounds more dramatic than perhaps intended. So blue's currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can't leave yet. Now it's at 6, so it has to leave. It has to be the 1. So it does that. This is unvisited. There's something about a region or a region in the... Oh, okay. So D-Web was agreeing with the thing that I was actually doing at the time, which is that this had to be green to do the 6. Okay. Now we're almost done, and we just have to convince ourselves that this can't possibly be blue, because if it was blue, it wouldn't be blue, because this is just a corner, and so it immediately connects up and becomes green. So that's a corner, and now the green loop is done, and now we are tasked with finishing the blue loop, but this is a corner, so we do that, and this is a corner, so we do that, and then we have solved this beautiful puzzle from Math Pesto. Very nice puzzle, and I dare say one of my least embarrassing solves on the stream, except that I missed an X over here. But other than that, we will put the X in for Selena, because I missed it at the beginning. Okay, very nice puzzle, all put together. I kind of suspect that Paul Fly, I think, was the one to call attention to the fact that this 1-1 region down here, you might have been able to start there and then you work your way around. I could actually honestly imagine that maybe actually this is meant to be the sort of the coup de grace moment at the end that we sort of started with. My first inclination was who puts the break in at the top right of the puzzle, but I think Math Pesto actually put the break in at the lower left of the puzzle. But nonetheless, it was quite fun, and I'm sure, like, the nice thing about loop puzzles when you're setting them is that everything is pretty local, so you can sort of get by with starting in a lot of places rather than otherwise. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch for a moment, and then I'll be back with more puzzle time. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. So since the last puzzle went well, I figure it's time to do a puzzle that I know is going to do poor, or that I know is going to go poorly. So let's have a look at this puzzle. I think this is one of the harder puzzles that I have ever made. So let's try and figure it out. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Gray lines are Renbon again. I think this will be the last gray lines are Renbon puzzle. Also, I peeked, and the next of my puzzles is the original Nabner puzzle. So it'll be cool to do the original Nabner puzzle now that we've been getting a whole bunch of Nabner puzzles lately, and go back and look at it. So these are Renbon, so they're a string of consecutive digits in any order. White squares indicate that cells are different by a multiple of 3, so either by 3 or 6. They're probably not different by 9 or 12. And the little killer clue along the diagonal is telling you that the sum of the diagonal is 1 more than a multiple of 3. Okay, so I last stream did my puzzle 159, which was a Renbon puzzle that was about mod 4 math. So in particular, the mod 4 math, the whole point of it was that I know I cringe just reading it. Marcus is already making fun of the disambiguator, which is absolutely never in a million years would I bring back this disambiguator, but there are many choices made by early Zeta that maybe would not be made by present-day Zeta. But anyway, that puzzle was entirely about Renbon mod 4 math. And in particular, the fact that there are 3 digits that are 1 mod 4, but a length 4 Renbon could only have one of them. And so that sort of let you color the whole grid to figure out where all the 1 mod 4 numbers were. Okay. This puzzle, I know, and this is getting close to being the extent of what I remember about it. This is a mod 3 coloring Renbon puzzle. And so the point is, every length 3 Renbon needs to have a number that is 1 mod 3, one that is 2 mod 3, and one that is 0 mod 3. That's true of any 3 consecutive numbers. One is a multiple of 3, one is 1 more than a multiple of 3, and one is 2 more than a multiple of 3. So what we're going to be tasked to do in this puzzle is to color the entire grid mod 3. So there's going to be 3 flavors of modularity mod 3. And so we're going to color this grid in 3 colors. And note that just to sort of hint at this, the squares actually just literally say these two squares are the same, or these two cells are the same color. So the first thing I see to start is that I know that these two are the same color. So I'm going to make these both yellow. And the way I know that those are both yellow is that in this row, there's there's 3 of every type. Oh, that's right. I should put down a bet tree, shouldn't I? I'm going to put down a bet tree over, let's do there. So here's your bet tree. So within this row, this is 2 of each type of mod flavor. So these 3 are 1 of each of the remaining 3 mod flavors. But these 3 are also 1 of each of the mod 3 flavors. So therefore, these 2 are the same. And so therefore, this is also the same. And so we could just name the other flavors, perhaps. I don't know if I'm going to regret this immediately or not. So I know what color this is, I guess, because these are a yellow, green, purple triple each. And so that's purple. It is true. Making the 5 green, I will be happy with. Tristan is responsible for putting the link in chat. He will probably do that in a second. I hear him doing dishes at the moment. This cell's also purple, actually, because if I look at this box, then I'll see that these are one of each, and neither of these is purple, so the last purple in the box goes there. And so now, actually, this is purple by this box and the same logic. So the bet tree is not purple. So if you were hoping that the bet tree would be purple, I regret to inform you the bet tree is not purple. So let's see, what else can we do? So I know this cell's not yellow. At least these two are the same color, whatever that does for me. Let's see. It's a lot of symmetry in this grid, actually. Now that I look at it. Oh, right. Right, okay. D-Web is completely right. By the column, this cell's not yellow because the 3 yellows are already accounted for. But by the row, this cell's not purple because the 3 purples are already accounted for, and therefore this cell is green. And therefore this cell, which is the last in the column, that we need to account for, is... this is purple as well. Because we've got sort of one of each and then a yellow and a green, so this is purple. And therefore, because this needs one of each, that's green. So we've got all of that. So this is yellow by that same D-Web logic. This is one of each, plus a green and a purple. It's a yellow that I need over here, and so that's green over there. Let's see. Let's see. So, yeah, so what am I able to do? This, I might have set this before my catch-up phase, so maybe it'll be a lot easier if we do that. It is true. Green is 258. But I'm not like super eager, but it is worth remembering that green is the middly one, and so that probably is worth marking, even though I'm pretty sure I'm not going to know what anything else is until the very, very, very end. I mean, if a whole bunch of people are betting a whole bunch on 5, it seems like it's your opportunity to bet 1 on a number that's not 5. And then like go on 2 or 8 or something, and then clean up if they're off. Low investment, high reward. Okay, so am I supposed to be asking? Like, I know these two are extreme. No, that's not true. One of these two is extreme. I don't know if I'm supposed to be thinking about this. One of them is extreme. Oh, this is yellow, Nicholas is pointing out, I believe. Yes, this is yellow because of this is one of each, and these two aren't yellow, so that's the last yellow. And so now this is yellow by the same argument, because this is one of each. And these two aren't yellow, so that one is. Go Ambrose. I am definitely rooting for Ambrose to win their 4,495 points for one. Okay, so yeah, there's a yellow in here. Several people have laid down massive bets, is the answer to your question. Okay. One of these has a 5 on it. I'm trying to decide if I think that's interesting in and of itself. And the answer is I honestly have no idea. It might or might not be interesting. But yeah, lay down a bet is definitely a euphemism. Trying to decide if, like, is there a way I know what color these are, for example? Like, I don't. Okay, so there's something interesting, and I don't think that this is what I intended, but there's something interesting going on with the fact that these two see this entire Renbon, and so these two are the third thing that goes on this Renbon. Okay, people are saying definitely not green. Okay, so that's funny, actually. If these were green, where is the green digit on this? And the answer is if these are green, the green digit on this is here. But then that would also be green, but now I can't put a green here because that would be a green triple. So this is definitely not green. This is purple or yellow, for whatever that is worth. Now, if these are both yellow, then all the yellows in the box are spoken for between those cells. I don't know that this is getting me anywhere. But so I would have like that would have to be yellow. But I don't know. I don't know how useful it is for me to note, for example, that I know this is a green-purple pair, and I know this is a green-purple pair. This might be disastrous in terms of thinking about things. I don't know. Maybe that's making it worse rather than better. Okay, so Selena is thinking about row 1, and this seems constructive. There's a purple 4-6 in this row and a purple 1-9 in this row. And the question is, where do they go? And so if I try and do a purple 4-6 without a 5, let's just say I try and make this a 4, then these are forced to be 2-3. Wait, is that? Oh, right. And now one of these has to be the purple 1-9, and that's not going to work because neither of these can be the purple 1-9. So yeah, so there's yeah, so one of these, yeah, so just like there is a purple 1-9 in the row somewhere and it's not there. So one of these is a purple 1-9. And so whatever you like, the purple 1-2-3 or the purple 1-9 and its corresponding 2-3 or 7-8 are gone in the row. But now what about the next number? So if the purple 1-9 is a 1, what about the purple 4? Well, the purple 4 in this row now can't have within this row the 2 or the 3. They're gone. So the purple needs a 5. And it works the same way the other way. So I agree with Selena. This is a force. This is the purple 4-6. And I bet this column works exactly the same way with the yellow 4-6, because there's a yellow 1-9 and it's one of these. And then the 2-3 or 7-8 that go with it go on those. And so then what about the 4-6 that goes with it? Well, it needs a 5, and the only way that's going to happen, given that that cell's not yellow, is for that to be a 4-6. Very good spotting to Selena there. D-Web says, I bet past Zeta felt so smart when he found this logic. That's almost assuredly true. Yeah, past Zeta got to feel smart so that current Zeta could feel dumb not seeing it. But it all works out. So yeah, so these are 1-9 and a 1-9 and a 3-7, right? It's weird that the divisible by 3 is not the special one. Like, it seems counterintuitive to me. It feels like, sort of one of the modularities mod 3 is quote unquote special, and it's green, but green is 2 mod 3. So we've got that. So one of these is 1-9 and one of these is a 3-7. So the one, say, goes with that. Yeah, if I just arbitrarily pick that this is 4 and this is 6, and then just agree with myself that I'll flip it around at the end, then that will that will solve it. But past Zeta would not have liked that. It's very tempting to present Zeta, though, I admit. But I'm going to try and honor past Zeta's memory by sticking to what past Zeta would have intended. So what's going on here? So in this box, we have a purple 4-6 and a 5 on these Ren bonds. Is it possible that that purple 4-6 and the 5 go with a yellow 4-6, or do they have to go with something else instead? Or do they even have to necessarily go on the same Renbon as each other? I'm not sure. Okay, well, maybe I should just ask, where's the purple 3-7 going in this row, and what is it going with? Because I think I'm going to figure out what this yellow is, right? Because one of these is the purple 3-7. And the purple 3-7 now is obligated to be extreme as well, actually. Because the purple 1-9, of course, is extreme, but the purple 3-7 now doesn't have a purple 4-6 on it. And so that means that we eat up both extremes. So both of these are extreme. And so this is the yellow 4-6. And likewise, the yellow 3-7 in this column is now, because of the yellow 4-6 being gone, is now obligated to be extreme. So both of these are extreme, and so this is the purple 4-6 for whatever that is worth. So these are 3-7 or 1-9. And of course, okay, I'm not going to label those, but I'm thinking about, where does this digit go in this box? I don't think this can possibly be the purple 1-9. Because if this is the purple 1-9, it goes on a Renbon in this box, but that can't possibly work. I think that is also what Garion is telling me. So this is the purple 1-9, and this is the purple 3-7. I'm just seeing, as I'm explaining this, I'm seeing things pop up in chat that seem to say the same thing that I am saying here. But yeah, Garion is absolutely right, is that, yeah, if this were purple 1-9, we'd have a big problem. Likewise, if this was yellow 1-9, we'd have a big problem. So we've got that. And so smooshed in here, we have the 1 9 and the 2 8 of diamonds or something. And so yeah, these are 2 3 7 8. I suppose I should tell myself. Oh, so the yellow 1 9 is on this. So Microstudy asks if my deduction about the 4 6s in the corners was true. I think it was. Am I wrong? Oh. Okay, so Micro wants us to rewind to before we had filled those in. So let's do that real quick. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference, actually, in terms of the fact that this still can't be purple 1 9. Because if this was purple 1 9, that's not going to work for the same reason. So that's going to be purple 1 9. That's going to be yellow 1 9. This is going to be purple 3 7. This is going to be yellow 3 7. These are going to be 1 2 8 9. Okay, and these are 2 3 7 8. I'm actually planning to repurple my hair once it is a little longer again. I'm figuring out how exactly to navigate the whole having hair that is dyed on a regular basis thing. Let's see. So that is very cool. So D-Web's pointing out, I know where purple 1 9 goes in this box, because purple 1 9 is monogamous. So we don't have any purple 1 9s there or there. Certainly don't have any here, because the purple 1 9 only goes with these 2 digits. So in fact, that's the purple 1 9. These are 2 3 7 8. So this is 3 7 or 4 6. Yeah, we can do exactly the same thing over down here. So so yeah, ask where the 1 9 goes in here, because these are 2 3 7 8. And so that can't be the yellow 1 9. I can't put the yellow 1 9 here. I have to put the yellow 1 9 there, making these 2 3 7 8. The insider trader or the insider trading bets or allegations are no longer accurate. Let's see. Menu says row 9, column 9 is a naked 5 because these 2 3 7 8s are different. Yes, that's exactly true. These are a different set of 2 3 7 8. They're actually a 2 3 7 8 quadruple, which makes this a naked 5. And we get to do a 5 dance. Doubly, I suppose, rubbing it into the poor 5 betters. I am sorry. Badoo badoo. Wah. Badoo badoo. Wah. Badoo badoo. Wah. Badoo 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 badoo. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so there is the green 5. Okay, so does that tell us anything about what is happening in this universe? So the yellow 4 6 would need a 5 right? The yellow 4, 6 in this row would need a 5 because the yellow, the digit that's below it, or sorry, the digit that's more extreme than it is in this. So the yellow 4, 6 can't go here because that's a 5. So this is the yellow 4, 6, actually. And likewise in this column, the purple 4, 6, if it can't use a 5, would have to use these two digits. So that's the purple 4, 6. So we've got that. So this has the purple 3, 7 on it for whatever it's worth. And this has the purple 3, 7 on it for whatever it's worth. I can do work in row 9. Does that mean the green in boxes 3 and 7 are 5s? I think I could do like 6, 7, 8 as far as I'm presently aware. So I think I could connect the 4, 6 to a 2, 8. Okay. Yeah, so the color, the notation, by the way, sorry, the notation here, like if I saw this, I would assume something completely different than what the notation is. Yellow and purple aren't high and low. Yellow and purple are two of the parodies mod 3. Okay, so if purple is 6, okay, so yeah, so we've got to look at these two together and figure out what this digit's allowed to be. So if purple is 6, then this is 9, and these are a 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are either 6, 7, 8, 9, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the only options for what these digits can actually be. And so this digit is less, well, it's in the opposite direction of this one. Which means it's on the other side of 5 from this one, is what I'm saying. And therefore, this is a 5. And this is a 4, 6. And I think we might get the same thing over here, where these are either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6, 7, 8, 9. And therefore, my logic about the corners being 4, 6 was unimpeachable. And was perfect all along. So we have that. Okay, so yes, and so these being a 4, 6 pair, Nicholas is pointing out, also force this to be a 5. That is very true. Funnily enough, the 5 in this box definitely doesn't go on this Renbon, because if this was a 5, I definitely need a 4 or a 6, and that's not working. So there's definitely a 5 in one of these two cells. And very similarly, I'm going to suspect I can't put a 5 here because I'd need a 4 or a 6, and I can't. So there's definitely a 5 in one of those two cells. So let's see. So purple 4, 6 and yellow 4, 6 are both down here. So this is actually, I didn't notice this until now. These are from 4, 5, 6 because actually the 4, 5, 6s are just placed there. And now, unlike yesterday, I'm actually allowed to use that logic. Yesterday we were setting a puzzle where weirdly Sudoku rules don't actually work, but what are you going to do? So we have that. So one of these is a 4, 6. Yeah, do I know what color this is? Yeah, so this is definitely a 3, 7, I guess is the one thing that I know, because I can't, I mean, I have a 5 and a 4, 6. Where am I going? I'm either going to the other 4, 6 or I'm going to a 3, 7. Welcome, Mekti. Hope you're doing well. Row 3, column 3 sees both 1 9s. Yes, it does. Thank you. Yes. So this sees the purple 1 9 and the yellow 1 9. So this is only a 2 8. Let's see. These two digits both need to go into this box. Where's the 2 8 going? Well, the 2 8 is definitely going here. And then the 2 8 definitely has to connect to the 4 6. So this is a 2 8 and a 3 7. But what color is the 2 8? Oh, sorry, no, the 2 8 is green. What color is the 2 8? Is the green 2 8 that's next to the purple 1 9. And so in order to connect to a 4 6, that 2 8 needs to go through the yellow 3 7, right? The 3 7 here is yellow. Do we agree with that? So again, the 2 8 here is green, but that 2 8 has to go through a yellow 3 7. So there's a yellow 3 7 there, and so this is the purple 3 7. And so the green 2 8 here, which is the other green 2 8, it has to go in one of these cells. Oh, sorry, this just has to be a 3 7. I didn't even fill that in. It has to go in one of these two cells, but it needs to go with the purple 3 7. And so this is the yellow 3 7. Going on there. So this digit is not 3 or 7. We can now say with confidence. This digit's not 1 or 9. We can now say with confidence. That sort of thing, as I suspect, going to get useful over time. From 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay, so up here, there is a yellow 1 9 and a purple 2 8, or sorry, and a green 2 8. I'm just going to note. Yes. Beautiful. So Garion notices this cell. It's either 2 8 or 3 7, but if it was 3 7, it would be the purple 3 7, and the purple 3 7's looking at it. So it's not the 3 7. This is the 3 7, and it is the purple 3 7, and this is the green 2 8. Oh no, I'm sorry, honey. And now we can do the same thing, probably going over here. So yeah, so this would be the yellow 3 7, so it's not a 3 7. This is not a 2 8, so we are on 3 or 7 for the bet tree. And this is green, as are all 2 8s. Although, if you like, I probably should mark that 2 8 is different from that 2 8. So this cell is actually under a lot of pressure, if I write down what it can be, because it's neither flavor of 3 7, and it's neither flavor of 2 8. So at the very least, we have that sort of level of thingy thing. Ambrose is asking if this has colored the 4 6s for us. It probably has, if I carefully contemplate this, because the purple 3 7 is next to which 4 6? The purple 3 7 is next to the yellow 4 6. So there's a yellow 4 6 here, and so this is the purple 4 6. The yellow 3 7 is again next to the purple 4 6, so this is the yellow 4 6. So this cell's also under an enormous amount of pressure, because it is neither 1 9 nor is it 4 6. Okay. So yellow 1 9 in this column is very restricted, because either that's yellow 1 9 or that's yellow 1 9, because I certainly can't put a yellow 1 9 on this mess. This cell can't be yellow anymore because it sees every yellow digit. It sees the yellow 1 9, yellow 4 6, and yellow 3 7. So this cell is purple or green. If it's purple, it's the purple 3 7. And if it's green, we have a similar issue. So this is, again, this is not purple either. This is either the yellow 3 7, or it is the other green 2 8. So I guess I should just write in, just for the sake of it, that this is either purple or green, and this is either purple or green. This is not 2 8, because this would be the ketchup 2 8, is MicroStudies' point, because this has a 1 9 on it. It's the yellow 1 9. I colored row 9, column 6 wrong. Sorry. Thank you. It was yellow or green is what I was supposed to say, right? It was yellow or green. Yep. So this has a yellow 1 9. Yellow 1 9 goes with ketchup 2 8. So this isn't a 2 8 at all. And this is. So this is green, and this is yellow, and this is ketchup. And we get to do a similar thing over here, I'm sure, because this has a purple 1 9. Purple 1 9 goes with XE28. So this is not 2 8. And this is 2 8. And so this is the purple 1 9. And this is green, and it is the XE1 of those, of that variety. Okay. So, do I have more things now that I know what they are or what they could be or something like that? Row 4, column 4 now sees both 1 9s. Yep, because of that. So this is not 1 or 9. So this is always 4, 5, or 6. That's 2 of the 4, 5, 6s for the row, actually. Interestingly enough. Oh. Green ketchup circle is on this line. So this line has green ketchup circle. That's got to tell me what it is, right? Because just in row 4, there's nowhere else for green ketchup circle. So one of these two is green ketchup circle. What does green ketchup circle go with? Green ketchup circle goes certainly with purple 3 7, and either definitely purple 3 7, and then either purple 1 9 or purple 4 6. Well, it's with purple 4 6 because the purple 1 9 is there, right? No, sorry. Yellow 4 6 or yellow 1 9. Sorry. So the green 2 8 is in the green circle 2 8 is in one of these two cells. And so this cell is either purple 3 7 or yellow 1 9 or 4 6. Okay, I can't really label all of that, can I? But that seems potent. And the same thing is true over here. Oh, where is 5 in this row and where is 5 in this column? That's the question. Because there's no 5 here. Oh, not quite. Almost. There's no 5 here. So 5 is in one of these 3 cells. And in this column, 5 is in one of these 3 cells. But that's not quite good enough. I was thinking that was just going to give us that this was a 5 for symmetry-ish reasons. But it could be that both of those are 5 instead. Yeah, I don't think I can quite disentangle that yet, but I feels close. Okay. Oh yes, this is green. That's true. I unfortunately don't think I know which green it is yet. There's no way I know what color these are, right? I don't think so. I don't think I do yet. There's 2 green 2/8s in box 3. One of them is here, and the other is here. So the 2/8 circle is down here, with a purple 3/7, and a yellow 1 9. Oh, looking at box 5, sorry. So yeah, so one of these is the XE28, and one of these is the OE28. Does that tell me something? Yeah, so this can't be 2/8 at all, is the point. That's weird. This can't be 2/8. Because if this is 2/8 and it's the OE28, I've ruled XE28 out of the box entirely. And if this is the XE28, then I've ruled OE28 out of the box. And wait, no. Did I say that wrong? No, never mind. I think I'm wrong. I think what I said was nonsense. Never mind. I think that's probably true, Garion, and I think I probably would not do this the same way if I were doing it today, for that exact reason. That I think probably the optimal thing to do in this puzzle is probably the not fun thing. And you'll see, actually, the next puzzle I set was Nabner, and I very deliberately, when I set Nabner, disambiguated immediately high and low, even though I originally, when I was setting it, I entertained the possibility of making it be disambiguated with a single black dot at the very end. But then I found it unfun enough that it was not worth the effort to do that. Let's see. Let's see. One of these is a 5. Is that going to tell me anything interesting? Don't think so. Yeah, one of these has got to be the purple 3/7. And I actually kind of want it to be that one, actually, if I'm honest. Bye, Ambrose. Three, 7. XE2, 8. The other one. Kinesedan asks why the Renbon are gray instead of purple, and the answer is because I set this puzzle in, let's see, I can give you a date. I set this puzzle in June of 2021. And in as Garion says, because it's so old, the Renbons have gone gray. They just weren't purple back then. Let's see. Yeah, the world did not have colors back then. Hey, Playmaker. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, for whatever reason, I think Playmaker is mentioning Jello debuted at a very low rating, but I assume it will only get higher, as seems to usually happen. So I assume it will settle out to be a higher rating over time. Who knows? Maybe people won't like it, but I'll be surprised if Jello is a puzzle that people don't ultimately like. But like, it's not uncommon for things to debut at like 88 and then end up at 97 or something over time. Let's see. Do I know something? The inclusion of chat in the credits ruined it. Who knows? Trying to figure out. Yeah, we got like all of this stuff, which seems really potent. This cell's actually somewhat restricted. I'm seeing it sees both 2 8s and both 3 7s at least. I don't think that does a whole lot for me, but it's true. I bet there's some cell that's like really restricted in terms of what it's allowed to be that I have not appreciated. So like this one can't be 2 or 8. And it can only, if it's purple, it can only be the purple 4 6. And if it's yellow, it can be anything in the entire world. Oh, Menu says this is naked. So these both 4 6s. The 2 3 7 8 in row 6 are different from the 2 3 7 8 in column 6. Right. Okay, so that is the point. Yes. So this 2 3 7 8 and that 2 3 7 8 both go not with they're not on the purple 1 9 side. These are on the yellow 1 9 side is the point, the way to think about it. Because the ones on the purple 1 9 side are these. And so this isn't those. These are on the yellow 1 9 side. So that's on the yellow 1 9 side. The same thing is true over here because the ones on the purple 1 9 side are here. So this is on the yellow 1 9 side. So yeah, so those are both on the yellow 1 9 side, but then by almost symmetry, these are on the purple 1 9 side because they can't be on the yellow 1 9 side, that one and that one. And so this is indeed a naked 5. That is correct. Okay. That is very nice. Very, very good spot there. So no 5s there. So this is a so so now where is 5 in row 4, right? Because we've already proved that green 2-8 is on this line. So 5's not allowed to be here, and 5's not allowed to be here. So 5 can now only be here. And do we get the same argument this way? Why do we not get the same argument this way? No, we do. XE28 is on here, so 5 isn't, and so 5 is there. So there are our two 5s. And so this is purple 4-6. This is yellow 4-6. And ergo, this isn't a 4-6 at all. It's a 1 or a 9. Okay, 5 in box 6 and 8. So 5 in box 6 is now here, just by sudoku and nothing else. So this is green. And so we've broken the symmetry now, because now that is that becomes a circly 2-8. So now maybe that doesn't quite tell me anything yet. One of these is XE28. That's XE28. That's a 5. Oh, that just is a 5. I don't even have to think about it. That just is a 5. Oh, sorry. This hasn't broken the symmetry at all. These boxes, these are symmetrical. I could have just done it the other way. Yeah, sorry. When I said this has broken the symmetry, that was a lie. So I just did that. But now, let's see. Okay, so that's not green. So this is, because this line needs a green, and it's not there anymore. So now that's a green, and it's the circly 2-8. So this isn't green anymore. This is purple. And so it's the purple 3-7. Likewise over here. Oh, not likewise over here? Am I missing some symmetry again? I'm missing some symmetry again, aren't I? I think I'm missing some symmetry that I just never filled this in, but I don't know. In any event, we know where the circle 2-8 is in this box. Oh, no, not quite, because I knew this wasn't green. That's the reason. I know that's not green. I don't know that this isn't green. In fact, I probably know that it is green if I think about it really hard. So this is the circly 2-8. So these are either both yellow or both. So these are either both yellow or both purple. Either way, these two are the same color. But that color can't be yellow because there's already two yellows in the row. So in fact, these are both purple and these are both yellow. So we get to resolve that finally. So these are yellow 1-9 and 4-6. And so this is yellow, but it's got to be the yellow 3-7. And so this has got to be the purple 4-6, and that's the purple 1-9. This is not the purple 3-7, so this is, because we need a purple on here. Oops. So this is a 2-8 of some color. 3-7. Well, it's a 2-8 of green, and it's a circly 2-8 of green, actually. So now this is a naked single. It is a yellow 3-7. So we've got our yellow 3-7. This is purple, Mekti is pointing out, and it's a 3-7. So that is going to mean... Oh, no, was trying to be the yellow 3-7, not the purple 3-7. Ketchup circle is placed in box 1, Paul Fly points out. So ketchup circle goes here. So that is ketchup circle. So now none of these cells are green. So this is green because this Renbon needs a green. And so its green is an XE28. So these cells are naked, not green. That cell is naked, not green. That cell's not green. This is naked, not green, but this Renbon needs a green. And when I say it's naked, not green, what I mean is it sees the 5 and both flavors of 2-8. So this is not green, so it's purple because it's not yellow either. And then this is green. So this is the XE flavor of 2-8, which means this is not green anymore. It is yellow. So it's not 2-8. It's the yellow 3-7. Yeah, we've got all the flavors of ketchup. Okay, so this is naked, not yellow, because there's all the yellows in the column. So this is the yellow, and this is the purple that go on here. And one of these has to be a 4-6, and it's not that one, because the purple 4-6 looks at it. So this is a yellow 4-6. And therefore, if this is not a 4-6, it must be a 3-7. So this is the purple 3-7. And so now purple 3-7 is just placed here in this. That doesn't sound good. Uh-oh, I broke it. What did I do? Oh, because there's already a purple 3-7 in this box. That's why. Because I'm trying to place purple 3-7 in a box that already has a purple 3-7. There we go. Okay. What about purple 3-7 in this box, though? Purple 3-7 in this box now goes here. So this is not 2 or 8. This is not 3 or 7, and is green and is circly. So we've got all of that. This is naked, not yellow. And it's not green either. So this is purple, and this is yellow. So this is the yellow 3-7. Made some sort of like copperhead or something there. That's a 1-9. That's a 2, not a 2-8. 2-8 is not one of the options, Zeta. That is a purple 4-6. There we go. Coming in. So that being a purple 4-6 makes that a yellow 4-6, which then sorts out that this isn't a 4 or a 6. So that's not a 1 or a 9. I can do more Sudoku with ketchup, I am being told. So these aren't 2-8 anymore. So this is a 1-9 and it's yellow by the row. So this is purple by the column. This isn't 2 or 8 because it sees both kinds of 2-8. So it's a 3-7 and this is 2-8. So it's the XE kind and this is the yellowy flavor of 3-7. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Quite know what's going on with that yet. This is not green, so this is, because this needs a green. So this is yellow, and so this is yellow 1-9. This is a 2-8, and it's the circly 2-8. And so this is for the row, the last yellow. This is the yellow 1-9. Okay, this needs a yellow, and it's not that one, so this is yellow. And it is the yellow 4-6. Yellow 4-6 only connects to 5 and purple 3, 7. So this thing must be connecting to the 5, and so it must be the purple 4, 6. And so this is now the purple 1, 9 to go here. So that has finally made this the yellow 1, 9, which has made this the purple 1, 9. Which has made this the purple 4, 6. Hey, Jobo, welcome. The purple 4, 6. One of these is... Sorry, no, neither of these is yellow. One of these is purple, though. Do I know anything about that? One of these two is yellow, and it's not that one. So that's the one that's yellow. That's the one that's green. This isn't 3 or 7. This is 2, 8. And, of course, it's the XE2, 8. So now this is my XE2, 8 down here. This is purple. This is the XE2, 8. This is the purple 1, 9. We get to finish. This is the purple 3, 7. This is the yellow 1, 9. Oops. The yellow 1, 9. And now I think we're done our coloring. And as our reward, we get to do some modular arithmetic down this diagonal. So fortunately there are 3 5s, so I don't have to think about that. And then there are 3 yellows, so I don't have to think about that. And so there are 2 purples and a 2 mod 3. And so if purple is 2 mod 3, the diagonal would be 0 mod 3. So purple can't be 2 mod 3. Purple has to be 1 mod 3. Sorry, why did I just did that completely wrong. If purple is 0 mod 3, it doesn't work. So purple is 1 mod 3. Purple never could have been 2 mod 3. It was never an option. I mean, it's true that it wouldn't work, but it's also completely irrelevant. But purple can't be 0 mod 3. It has to be 1 mod 3 is the point. Because otherwise we don't make this work out. So therefore purple 1, 9 is 1. Let's try and get all of our purple 1, 9s. And yellow 1, 9 is 9. And yellow 2, 8 is... oh, I missed a box. I missed that one. Yellow 2, 8 is 8. Sorry. Circly 2, 8 is 8. Boy. This coloring is so much like the coloring I use for high-low. The fact that it's not high-low keeps breaking my brain. XE2, 8 is 2. Oh, this one never got its X. Sorry. We did not actually finish the coloring before, I regret to inform you. But it's finished now. So those are 2. Purple 3, 7. Let's do next. Purple 3, 7 is 7. So purple 4, 6 is 4. Yellow 4, 6 is 6. And finally, yellow 3, 7, and the bet tree is 3. Congratulations to Isabella, right? No, Sarah. Congratulations to Sarah. On the huge payoff for betting 3 and for not going with the crowd wisdom that this would work out to be a 5. So well done, Sarah, with 7.69% of the bets. Excellent. Well, that probably helps Sarah do the with how much money. Now in first place by a factor of 2. Sarah with that is now in the lead. Huge payout. Alrighty. Well, that was about as hard as I thought it was going to be. Jaleb, because Ratfinks bet and was the only better on 3, and a ton of people bet a ton on 5 in this puzzle. So this puzzle alone carried her way up in the rankings. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back in a moment with another puzzle. So see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back. Well, good news, Casey. Good news. Literally, as I come back, as Casey is saying, I want to see green fives in the next puzzle. I don't think you could have more of a green five puzzle than this one. So I did my first Marty Sears puzzle the other day, and I enjoyed it. So I did another. And now, when I did, I looked at all of Marty's puzzles, and this one sort of stood out to me as a oh, this will be fun kind of puzzle. So let's give this a try. So this is called Very Careless Whispers Indeed. The way that this works is that it's almost normal German whispers rules, where along a line, each pair of digits that are adjacent to each other have to differ by at least 5. However, as you might guess, if you have sort of played enough German whispers to know that you can't place 5s on one, that's kind of a problem with boxes like this one. But in this one, each line is broken in one place. So each line has one pair of adjacent digits along the line that don't differ by at least 5, and then the rest of them do. And so one edge, the way it's worded, because it says, i.e., one pair of adjacent digits on each line has a difference lower than 5. So not sort of like one cell, but only one place. Okay. And so it's funny, I was going to go with that one. People in chat are spotting different places where they can place 5s. That was the 5 I was going to place first. And then we have an inequality sign. In honor of making this fun, let's place the bet tree here. So it could be as high as 8. Don't bet 9. But who knows? I mean, who knows? It could be a 5. Maybe try betting 4,000 points on 5 and see how it goes. I don't know. Could be anything. All right. So with that, I think we can get started. And so I claim this has to be a 5 because there's nowhere else in this box that I could place a 5 that would not break this single line in 2 places. So this is a 5. Oh, Tristan hasn't actually opened it. Tristan being a bad mod. But we have a 5 here, and we get a 5 dance to go with it. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Woohoo! Okay, and so now we can play the game with this whole thing. So now where do the 4 6s in the box go? Only there. 4 6s only go next to 1 9s. Where do the 3 7s go? Well, the 3 7s only go next to 1 9s and 2 8s. So if I don't put the 3 7s here, then I'm out of luck. And so I get all of those, and now that's a 1 9. And I can start high-low coloring this, and I will immediately give credit to Casey there with this green 5. Okay, and so these are all the same color, and these are all the same color, and I might as well percolate that further along this line, because remember, each line is broken in one place. So I'm not allowed to sort of like further break this line. So this must be the yellow 2 8 because it's not the yellow 4 6. I'm sure of that. There is a 5 in this column for sure. And it's not in either of these places because both of these places would break the line in 2 places. That's because you can't have a difference of 5 from 5. It's not possible without inventing your own sudoku digits. So this is, in fact, the 5. So we can put a break there. Let's see. Okay, so now that this is a 2-8, Carl points out that this is a 3-7. Now, where is the purple 4-6 in this box? I can't... Oh, no, maybe I could put a purple 4-6 here. Sorry. No, I can't put a purple 4-6 over here. Purple 4-6 only goes next to yellow 1-9. Oh, maybe I could do it with a break. Sorry, I might actually be able to do it. Oh, this 5 needs greening. That's true. Oh, well, none of these are purple 4-6. That's for sure. So that's true. So yeah, this can't be purple 4-6. So this is only purple 3-7. No, that's not right. Only purple 2-8, sorry. Because it's not 3-7. 3-7 is too far away, and it's not 1-9. So only 2-8. Which makes this 1-9, because 3-7 only goes next to 2-8 and 1-9. Ooh, we have a new subscriber. Welcome to the Pedaling Pianist. Welcome. We'll get you a new subscriber dance. Woohoo! Welcome to the stream. Feel free to introduce yourself in chat, by the way, if you're hanging out in chat. I know when people are subscribing, they're not always they're not always in chat. Sometimes they're watching VODs or whatever. But anyway, the stream could definitely do with more likes, as Nicholas says. So if you would take a moment, whether you are the new subscriber or not, to click the thumbs up button, it is greatly appreciated. This can now only be a 3-7, as several people in chat have pointed out. Thank you, Pedaling Pianist. Glad you enjoyed it. Welcome to the channel. So what do I have left? I have a yellow 4-6 and a purple 4-6. So these are a 4-6 pair. So spoiler, those differ by 2. So that's the broken one. So these are a 1-9 pair, because those aren't broken. So we have that over there, which is interesting already. But we don't know the coloring, funnily enough. Oh, no, we do know the coloring, because that purple 1-9 looks over. So yellow and purple. Okay, so we do know the coloring. So there's a purple 3-7 somewhere in this row and a purple 2-8 somewhere in this row. If this was purple, these would have to be a purple 3-7 and a purple 2-8. Oh, they could have a yellow 2-8 in the middle. Never mind. Oh, well, these can't both be yellow. Never mind. If these are both yellow... Oh, sorry. Why am I assuming this Whispers is correct? Dagnammit. I am torturing this poor Whispers to death when one of the pieces of it is broken, and I have no idea which one, and I don't even know what I'm doing. So, never mind. So let's look at Garian's point of... Well, Garian's point was where 4, 5, and 6 were in this row. I guess my point is where 4 and 6 are... Or sorry, in this box. I'll look at that in a second. But where 4 and 6 in this row... I can't put them anywhere here. So the 4 and 6 are each over here. Oops. Okay. Now, if this is a 4 or a 6, then no, I can't, because the 1-9s in the box are gone, D-Web. I thought of that, actually, but the ones here are gone. Okay, so which of these can be a 4-6? They probably have to go next to each other. Because if they don't go next to each other, then they go here and here, and now that definitely is going to break... I feel like... It doesn't feel good to me. Why is that? How do I argue that that's immediately broken? I'm not 100% sure, but let's now place some 4-6s over in this box, because that might be easier. So This whisper is hilarious, by the way. The length 2 whispers that are broken in one place are very funny to me. So one of these is a purple 4/6. And it can't be that one. So this is the purple 4/6. Now the yellow 4/6 has to go in one of these places. And the yellow 4/6, if it goes here, it breaks that, but that's okay. If the yellow 4/6 goes here, then maybe that's a break. I don't think I know which of these is the yellow 4/6 immediately, at least not until I place a 5. I'm not placing a 5 there. Let's see. Am I placing a 5 here? Maybe. Am I placing a 5 here? Oh, I can't place the 5 there. Ah, yeah, so the 5 is actually just placed in the box. So the 5 in the box is there. Is the point, because I can't break a second thing along this line, and if I put a 5 here, it will break 2 lines. And now the yellow 4/6 is here. And so now that's the break in this line. And so now this is a purple 1/9, and this is a yellow something something, as you might come to expect. This is, of course, broken. This has a yellow 2/8 in it. So this is a yellow 2/8 and a purple 2/8 or purple 3/7. But it needs a yellow 2/8. So this cell is purple for sure. And it's the purple 2/8 or 3/7. And these are 2/8 or 3/7. So I think now, does that help us with where the 4/6s are? I don't know. This is the purple 3/7. Yeah, we're going to have resolved the bet tree before Tristan does this, because now we actually get what purple is, because now purple is low, because this has to be lower than that. So in fact, purple is 3. Or sorry, in fact, purple is low. The bet tree is 3, so sorry to those of you who are devout 3 bettors who are not able to bet on this puzzle. So yellow is high. So 6, 9, 1, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 8, 7, 9, 9, 7, 6, 8, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and none of these are 7. And this is low, so it's not 7 or 8. So what is left in this row? It's 5, 7, and 9. However, I need a broken line along this. And so these need to be less than 5 apart. So this is not allowed to be a 9 at the very least. So these are not a 7. They definitely contain an 8 for whatever it's worth. So yeah, the blue 4/6 needs to be in one of the ends, because the blue 4/6 can't be in the middle. The orange 4/6 can't actually be on one of the ends, because if the orange 4/6 is in one of the ends, then I think it's broken in... Oh, maybe it's not, doesn't have to be broken in 2 directions. Why is this confusing me so much? I feel like this shouldn't be confusing me. But somehow it is anyway. Okay, let's mark box 5. That might help. So those are 2, 7, 8. Let's mark these. So these are not 2, 7, or 8. They are 1, 4, and 6. So Oh, that 3 is there. Darn it. Okay. Yes, let's do that. That sounds good to me. My brain did not ever process that I put a 3 here and that meant things about things. Also, I never filled in a 1 here either. The only way this fills in is this. So therefore, this is a 6 or an 8. I should probably fill in. Yeah, bet trees are not meant to be looked at, so it all makes sense. The other orange... Oh, no, sorry. The other orange isn't here because I actually remember this needs to be broken. Garion pointing out, this is... Whatever else happens, this is definitely not the 4, because if this were a 4, it would be between a 1 and a 6. Agree with that. Let's see. Let's see. In DOS, it can't be 1 either, because if it's a 1, then I put a 1 next to a 4 in this row, but then one of these columns is also broken, right? So I put a 1 here. These are a 4, 6. 1 next to a 4 is bad, but then the 4, 6, the 6 in the 4, 6 in the column is broken as well. So yeah, I agree with DWeb. This is broken if I make this a 1. So this has to be the 6 in this story. Making these a 1, 4. I can't put a 5 here anymore because I know that one of these is broken. I guess that's been true for a long time, hasn't it? So this is a 5. So yeah, so these are a 7 and a 9. Like that. Okay. So the only way that this is low is if it's a 3, in which case I would need these to be an 8, 9 pair, which they can just get away with being. Oh, no. Never mind. I don't think we ever used this 2-cell line, actually. Oh, yeah, I can color these with blue. That's true. Oh, there's a triple over here, Sayori is pointing out, that has a 3, a 5, and an 8. Well, the 5 can't go in the middle of the line because that would break 2 cells. So this is definitely a 5, and it's green, like all 5s. I can actually just do the rest of the box while I'm at it. Again, this is the broken piece. So this is a 3 next to an 8. And 3, 8 never goes next to 4, 6. So this is always a 2. And once this is a 2, that determines the high-lowity of the rest of the whispers. So that's the 8. That's the 3. This is not a 1. It's a 7 or a 9. So that is the 1 just by sudoku. And that's got to be a... Oh, no, sorry. Don't let me... don't let me do something dumb. So yeah, so I've got to make sure I make a mistake. So this is always right. So this always has to be wrong, is what microstudy is saying. So I actually can figure it out, because this is always right no matter what, because that's orange. So this must be blue and that orange, or I'm not going to have an error. And so that's a 4 and that's a 6, which makes that an 8. So got all of that. There's a 1 up there somewhere. This cell is a naked not low, for whatever it's worth, because it sees every low. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not 6 or 8 either. This is 5, 7, or 9. But of course, the error could be this one, for all that I know. How on earth am I doing this whole thing with only 1 low? Or sorry, only 1 high. It's going to tell me the error has got to be here, right? These have got to be low, low. Or I guess it could be there. These could be low, low. One of these is a low, low. And so I guess the commonality is that these are always low, right? I can't make these high. Yeah, so these are always low is the takeaway from that. These are from 2, 3, 4, but that one's not a 3. And the error is in the row, so these aren't wrong. So these are both high. Let's see. So we've got that. Why can't this be a 4 with a 9 above it and then break that? There's an 8 in the row. Right. Whatever high I put down here has to go between two things it actually goes with, as DWeb says. And so if I make this a 9, that high is a 7, but I can't put 7 with two things in this row because the 1 is gone. So actually, this has to be the 7, and that's the 9. For whatever that is worth. I'm sure it is worth something. So this cell is only high if it's exactly a 7, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. I mean, this cell is a naked low for what it's worth. I mean, it's on a broken one of these anyway, and this is automatically broken, right? I can't even if I try, I can't make this not broken. Okay. This is also at least as high as 5. It's not a 6 or a 9, so this is a 5, 7, or an 8. Let's see. I know neither of those is a 5, I guess, and I know none of those are a 5, and I know that's not a 5. So I know the 5 in this box is either here or here, I suppose. I know that these are both not 6. So the 6 in this row is actually only there or there. One of those two has to be the 6, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Okay, so Sayori is pointing out that if I look at where the 5 goes in this column, that 5 actually snipes that end. And so that and that both can't be 5. And so the 5 in this column is actually up in this box. And again, it's not there and it's not there. So it's always there. Okay, and so this is a high. Oh, and these are a 7, 9 pair, which has actually made that an 8. Which has made this a 2 or a 3. Hey, Derlear, I hope you're doing well. And now row 1's 5 is placed here, as being pointed out. So therefore, this is low. And it's a 3. And so this needs to be correct because that's wrong. And 3, 7 doesn't work. I finally internalized. 7, 4 doesn't work. So this is a 2, and that's a 3. That is a 2. These are a 3, 8. This is broken no matter what I do, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. These digits are something. They seem to be a 6 and a 4, 6. So let's make that one a 6 and that one a 4. So this one's broken because the 4 would have to go next to a 9, and it can't. So what is this triple? This triple is an honest triple with a 1, a 6, and a 7. Well, the 1 has to go in the middle of the 6 and the 7. So those are a 6-7 pair. Now the 7's there aligned, so we get a little Z-wing that puts 7 in one of those two cells down there. These are... Oh, actually, this is just a naked single. I might as well fill it in. It's a 2. Oh, these are orange. That's important. And these are a pair of 4 and 9. And I can't put the... Wait, do I care which order I put these in? Yeah, so 4, 9, 3 would work. 9, 4, 3 doesn't work, right? No, 9, 4, 3 does work, right? Because I'm breaking the side that I put the 4 on anyway. So yeah, it works. It works similarly. But now, as MicroStudy points out, now this can't be 4, which is a beautiful spot, because if this is 4, that's 9, and that's nothing. So now that's 1, and that's 4, and the 4 goes with a 9. The 9 goes with the 7. We know where the break is now. The break is there. It did turn out, by the way, the 4, 6 did not have to be at the corners, as I was so convinced the 4, 6 had to be at the corners. I love that. Every time that deduction shows up, it makes me happy, where it's sort of like, oh, this would just destroy this poor pair if this happened. 6 and 7 go into the grid. This is now a triplet of digits, with that one being a 1, just a naked 1, with a 5, 6 sitting around it. So one of those is broken. Okay, let's see if I can do anything about any of these cells, because I know they're not 5 or 6. Maybe I can't do anything about it. Yeah, I don't think I can quite do anything with that mess yet. I'm gonna undo that. But probably this box would be very helpful to do stuff in, because this box has a lot more stuff. So that is a naked 2. That is a naked 7. I need to break this going down to here. So making it a 6 or a 9, though, will be perfectly fine. That's going to be a 9. That's going to be a 6. That's going to be a 1. Sorry, a 1. This is low. This is green now, and orange. 6. So this is now orange and green. This has become orange, and 7. This is now a naked 8. So let's see. So that has sorted out the 3 up here and the 8 up here. So now I can fill these in, and now there's probably more damage done. So now it is not nearly quite so bad, because these are both now low. And now this has to be high, because if this were low, it would break both of those. So this has to be the 9 out of those options. So now that's blue and that's orange. The bet tree is disguised cleverly here, Jim. The bet tree was a 3. I made a gamble on what would be resolved last, and it wasn't quite right. Okay, so that's a 2. Now, if I make this a 3, I haven't broken anything. So this is a 3-4 deadly pattern at the end, which is broken by the fact that I have to break something along this German Whispers, which is very clever. I like that. Okay, so again, yeah, this needs to be a 4, or I'll make the entire German Whispers correct. So that's a 4 and a 3 and a 3 and a 4. There we go. Lovely puzzle, Marty. Quite nice to see that. I wish we could place X's along diagonals. It's would be nice for this puzzle, but also nice for lots of other puzzles if we could place X's along diagonals to mark off this exact sort of thing. Maybe someday. Yes, I quite liked that one. You can't place them on corners. Uh, it does not work. Uh, well, hopefully you enjoyed the solve. Uh, all right, I am going to take a quick break, stretch, and come back with another puzzle. So be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have Nabner Sum Lines by J.C. Godart. So, I don't know. With Stab in the Dark, I'm going to put a bet tree here. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Every line is an extended Nabner and a region sum line. So extended Nabner means that every string of 4 consecutive digits along the line can't have repeated digits or consecutive digits. Can't have consecutive. Yeah, no, I actually said it right. I said repeated digits or consecutive digits. The difference between any two along the any string of length 4 has to be at least 2. But once you get to these two, they could be repeats, they could be consecutive, it doesn't matter. And digits on the lines have the same sum. In each box they cross through if appropriate. So these two have the same sum as these three, for instance. I guess we have generously been given a length. Oh no, sorry, it's not a length 5 Nabner line. I was gonna say, so this has to be 13579, but that's not true. But what I am noticing is the minimum sum of these is 9. That doesn't seem useful either. If I'm being completely honest. Okay, so neither of these is 1. Because that would make a consecutive. So these are at least 2, 4. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9. Because if I put a 1 on here, then 1 plus the thing is going to be consecutive with this. So this needs to be at a minimum 6, 7, 8, 9. I always need to have a 2 or a 3, because if I don't have a 2 or a 3, then I have a problem. So one of these cells is a 2 or a 3. And one of them is a 4, 5, 6, or 7, I suppose. Hard to say. And exactly the same thing applies to this cell. All the same words say that this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, which is a little awkward because I really want to be ruling high digits on to this, not off of this, in order to push this sum up or something like that. But I am not having enormous amounts of luck with that. So yeah, what on earth are we doing here? I surely do not know. There's probably some geometry thing to observe, which is like, for example, these 2 digits are ruled off of all 4 of these. So like if I had one more of them, that would start to get really potent because I need definitely a 7, 8, 9 on here. So there's sort of a virtual 7, 8, 9 floating around on here, but I only need 1 of necessity. Yeah, that's true. This digit doesn't show up anywhere on here for what it's worth. Let's see. Paul Fly is saying this sum is only from 8 to 12, which sounds believable. I don't know. Is there any chance we can prove that these two are actually the same pair of digits? I don't think so, but who knows? Let's see. Is there any, like, where do these digits go in this thing sort of stuff? I don't think so. For the middle line in the part in box 2, and box 4 can't have the same digits. If these two are the same digits, they both go here. So these digits are in fact different. Is a very interesting observation from Paul Fly. So I can maybe make these yellow and these purple because they have no digits in common. And now I know that in this box... Oh, no, I don't think that's true. because yellow can't go in any of these cells, but that yellow could go here. And so I think it's actually not quite true. I think that because I can repeat a digit in the 5th spot away. So they could have a digit in common, right? This length 5 thing doesn't need to have no digits in common. In fact, I guess one thing we could investigate is if it has no digits in common, then this is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So what I'm trying to prove is that this digit actually does show up over here. So if that's not the case, these have to be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And then these would be 6, 8 exactly. Is that interesting? The 6 would correspond to a 2, 4. I don't know. There's a parity issue with this. Right, okay. So they have to repeat. So here the issue doesn't even have anything to do with these. Here the point is that these sum to an odd number and these sum to an even number, and an odd's not equal to an even. Oh, but it's not even true. I think what I said is not true. Because these could be consecutive without being equal. So I think what I said is wrong. But it's not true. Let's see. Oh, okay. So let's look at Paul Fly's point again. So Paul Fly's point is these digits don't appear up here. If they do appear, if one of them does appear up here, now the point is I've ruled it out of all of these, and so it has to go there. But keep in mind, if it's this, then it's also that, because these have the same sum. So if they have one element in common, they have 2 elements in common. But now none of these can be yellow because all of these are within 4 of some yellow. And so so these really are different. That point is really correct. These really are different. Paul Fly truther indeed. So now it still could be true that this cell is purple and this cell is yellow. That I think is still okay. As long as it's that yellow. So these two cells are definitely either consecutive or equal for whatever it's worth. So these two are consecutive or equal, and these two are consecutive or equal. Because if that's not true, then we have the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 problem. So that is interesting. Yeah, so the line doesn't add to 15. So the line sums to at most 14, but it's only 3 cells. So at most 14 doesn't immediately strike me as huge, but maybe it will be. The fact that these two and these two have this relationship is very interesting to me, though. Max is asking if I have any general tips for these kinds of lines. I would say this is only my second puzzle with this sort of run-on type restriction, so I don't have a huge amount of intuition from them because, like, I've done lots of puzzles with Nabner lines, but these are sort of a variation of Nabner lines. So I don't have general tips yet. Yes. The marked tabs are consecutive or equal. I don't quite know what to do with are consecutive or equal, but it's what we have to work with. And this 6, 7, 8, or 9 doesn't appear on here at all. For whatever that is worth. So, like, if this is a 6, then we're saying there's no 6s anywhere along this. That gets a little bit crowded. Because then we need either a 1, 3, 5 or a 7, 9. Hey, Maria, welcome. Can I put like a maximum? Do I know none of these can be 9, for instance? I don't think I do I? I really don't feel like it. But maybe if I try hard enough. This cell, I suppose, is getting in the business of all of these. The minimum sum of these is 9, by the way. So I know the sum is between 9 and 14. This digit and all digits that are consecutive with it are ruled out of this. So, for example, if this digit is an 8, it doesn't work. Because if this digit is an 8, I'm just going to try doing this. If this digit is an 8, then I'm not allowed to use 7, 8, or 9. And so the maximum sum of this would be 6, 4 would be 10. But I can't have an 8 here and a sum of 10. So this is never an 8. If this is a 9, do I get a similar problem? Probably not. If this is a 9, then these are a maximum sum of 7 and 5, which is... oh, it couldn't be 7 and 5, actually. 7 and 5 is actually too big. Because if it were 7 and 5, that would be the unique total, and purple and yellow would be the same. So actually, if this digit is 9... the maximum here has to be small enough that there's 2 ways to do it. What's the minimum I could do? 7 and 5 doesn't work. 7 and 4 doesn't work. 7 and 3 doesn't work. And now I'm to... no, 7 and 3 does work. But now I'm down to 10. So this can't be a 9 either. Yeah, 2 ways to do it without being consecutive. So 7 and 3 is the best I could do. Because 7 and 4, there's 2 ways to do it, but one of them is 5, 6, and I can't do that. So this number is now at most 7. We're getting somewhere. If this is a 7, I think that's still a problem. Because if this is a 7, I can only use 9 in one of these sums. And I can't use 8, 7, or 6. So the sum would therefore be at most 8. But I used a 7 here, so that doesn't work. And that's because one of these two wouldn't be able to have 9, and neither of them could have 6, 7, or 8. So, in fact, I think it would be at most 6 or something. Anyway, this is not a 7 is the point. So let's see. What about 6? I think 6 is getting into the plausible region because one of these can have an 8 and one of them can have a 9. And so one of them has an 8, one of them has a 9, and then I can't use 7, 6, 5. And so then I could use 4 and 3. So I could do 4 and 8 and 3 and 9 and go for 12. So I think 6 works because I could do 2, 4 and that whole mess. And I think that all worked out okay. This does feel brutal so far. I don't know if it's actually going to feel brutal once I see the thing I'm supposed to understand, because I'm just, my brain is not used to this whole like Nabner, but only for each individual string of length 4. So I'm sort of interested to sort of pick this apart, and maybe it will be very intuitive by the end of this. I am not sure. And there's also these whole cells, but I don't quite know what to make of these. So if these are equal, then the sum of these two is equal to this. Is that at all interesting? Yeah, so so Garion is just reframing. This is weird marking. The marking means they have to be consecutive or the same, because if these aren't consecutive or the same, the sum of this line is odd, and that's a problem. So these two are consecutive or the same, and these two are consecutive or the same. Let's see. Does that apply to row 3, column 6, and row 6, column 3 as well? So if these are neither consecutive nor the same, then what that forces is that these 5 are 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. But I don't think there's any problem with these being 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Is there? The ones on the outside could be 7, 9. And then these could these be 1, 3, 5? Maybe that doesn't work. Yeah, these couldn't be 1, 3, 5. I don't think we proved that these two cells are the same, did we? No, we proved those two aren't the same. Oh yeah, they're definitely not the same. We know they're not the same. So if they're not consecutive, then this whole string is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. But I don't immediately see a way to argue that that breaks. If these two are consecutive, then it makes these two consecutive as well, right? Because you'd have to have a +1, you have to do it with a -1. So if these two are consecutive and these two are consecutive, then we'd need a minimum, or sorry, then our maximum sum would be something like 9, 5. Yeah, 9. So it could be 9, 5, and 8, 6 being 14 would work, I think. I wonder if actually I'm supposed to be looking at this line, or like look at these lines together or something to actually tell me something that is more meaningful. See, I don't. Yeah, I wish I had a better way to mark consecutive or equal. Than this, but I sadly do not. So these have exactly the same numeric restriction. They need to sum to at most 14. And these need to sum to at most 14. But unfortunately, that's just saying these 4 cells sum to at most 28, which doesn't seem like the best restriction that I've ever heard in a Sudoku puzzle. Can I possibly argue that these have to be consecutive, or is it the same argument again? If these aren't consecutive, then this whole triangle is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. But I feel like that's even less. No. Okay, yeah. So here, these two have to be consecutive because they can't be equal. And if they're not, consecutive, then this is forced to be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And so that doesn't work at all. So these two are consecutive for whatever that is worth. I'm going to get rid of this stuff over here for the moment and just focus on that. So these two are consecutive, and these two are consecutive. I'm just going to put red lines here rather than colors just to say that these are different. And just get rid of the color. And I'll put an X there to remind us that this one is different from that one. Oops, is different from that one. But these two are consecutive, and these two are consecutive. Have fun, Ambrose. That somehow feels like a deduction that might matter. Although I don't know quite what to do with it. So this cell is equal to plus or minus 1 plus or minus this. Sorry, this cell plus or minus 1 is equal to the sum of these two. Let's see, Nemafish says that means that this and this have to be the same. I don't think that's quite correct. Just going to center mark a 1 in these just to remind myself that these are off by 1. Could be a parity thing. Because this cell, it's the opposite parity of the sum of those two, right? And this cell is the opposite parity of the sum of those two. It's possible there's some really complicated way of sort of visualizing exactly what's going on with this parity. I mean, maybe it's not that complicated, but it feels like there's no way I'm getting away with not considering all 7 cells on this line. So I guess if I'm needing to simultaneously consider 7 cells, I guess I consider it complicated. Let's see. Selena believes that they've exhausted every possibility of these being 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and it doesn't work. How can I rule 9 out of this cell? If this were a 9, that would be an 8. What's wrong with that? Oh, okay. So here's a thing that was not at all obvious, but that I guess is now obvious. These two sums are different. Because if these two sums were the same, then this digit, which is consecutive with green, would see both of these. So just like over here, we have these sort of two different sums, but the sums are definitely different. Maybe that was obvious before, but it was not. I don't think I ever actually said it. So these are also different sums. The total is the same, but the two digits involved are different. So orange, yeah, I don't know that does a whole lot for me immediately. So, I mean, it does sort of provide the same restriction on that this needs to be at most 14 in terms of sum. And it needs to be at least 7 in terms of sum. So between 7 and 14, which is a lot of real estate. Maybe 7 isn't high enough, actually. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, 7's not high enough because this would have to be 1, 2, 4. Yeah, the minimum sum is certainly 9 if this was 1, 3, 5. Then do that. Yeah, 7's definitely not high enough yet. Yeah, 1, 3, 5 would be the sort of the naive minimum. So 9 to 14. Let's see. Chad asks if this has to be the higher of either pair. I don't 100% know. Is there a way we have the same relationship here? Is there something that somehow obviously breaks if this is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9? Oh, yeah. Does that mean there's no repeated digits on here at all? Yes, because those two are different from those two. So, yeah, so this is 7 distinct numbers. That's true. So this is 7 distinct numbers. 7 distinct numbers always sum to at least 28, but the sum is a multiple of 3, so it's at least 30. So that gives us a really, really complicated proof that the sum here is actually at least 10. So it's 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14. But right, there are no repeated digits anywhere on this line, is a true statement. So yeah, so these need to sum to at least 10. These need to sum to at least 10 for whatever that is worth. This is a little bit vicious, I feel like. See, Glob says 14 sum doesn't work because the remaining digits after removing 5, 9, 6, 8 can't give a 14 sum without breaking the Nabner. Let's see. So if the sum was 14, then these would be 7 distinct digits adding to 42. So it would be everything but 1 and 2. So if the sum is 14, then everything appears on this line except 1 and 2. And these would be right, and these would be 5, 9, and 6, 8 on the ends. Right, and then the middle of these would be 7, 3, 4, and 3 and 4 are consecutive is the problem. So the sum is at most 13. We're getting I mean, I feel like at the end of this, we're going to be able to articulate this break-in very, very cleanly. Like, we're sort of like, you know, currently the people sort of stumbling around in a dark room. Dorlier, we've argued that these 7 digits are all different, and so if I use a 7, I can't use a 7 again, right? Or sorry, if I've used a 5, I can't use a 5 again. Yep, that Garian is my minimum. So my minimum is 10 and my maximum is 13. So we're down to we're down to 10, 11, 12 or 13. Let's see. If it were 13, my outies would sum to 6. I don't know what to do with that. Oh, it can't be 13. If the sum is 13, where are 6 and 7? And the answer is I can't put 6 or 7 in either of these places, because if I put a 6 or a 7, I use 6 and 7. And I'm not putting both 6 and 7 here, because that doesn't work either. So the sum can't be 13 for that really weird reason. But you believe that, right? That's got to be true, right? Because if the sum is 13, the total sum of the 7 digits is 39. I have to use a 6 and a 7, but there's absolutely nowhere I could put a 6 or a 7. Oh, and it can't be 11 either for the same reason, but with 5 and 6. Wait, if it's 11, then the outies sum to 12. So I certainly can't remove both 5 and 6. And whichever of 5 and 6... No, I just have to use 5 or 6 in here. So it doesn't work as well for 11. But I think it does rule out 13. So I think we're now down to... 10, 11, and 12 as possibilities. Okay, so if the total is 10, then my 2 outies sum to 15, which means 5 is not an outie, which means 5 is somewhere. 5 would be in the middle, and that doesn't work because, let's go over that again. So if the total were 10, then my outies need to sum to 15, which means I don't remove 5. I have to use a 5 somewhere, but there's nowhere I can use a 5 because I can't use double 5 to get to 10. And if I use a 5 in the middle, then I need to have a repeated digit because the only things I could do are 2, 3, 5, and 1, 4, 5. And sorry, not repeated digit. I need a consecutive digit. So I think I've argued the total's not 10. So I think the total can only be 11 or 12. Okay, so if the total is 12, then it's 36. So the outies sum to 9. Oh, that sounds really flexible. I think that's going to be really difficult to do. So I either remove 4 and 5, or I include both 4 and 5. And so if I include both 4 and 5, then they're going in the middle, so it's not going to work. So if the total is 12, I have to remove 4 and 5, right? So then my things I have left are... Oh, and I have both 1 and 2 left, and I can't. So I've argued that if the total is 12, I have to remove 4 and 5. Those are my outies. But now I have 1 and 2 left, and 1 and 2 can't go in a sum to 12, so 1 and 2 both go here, and that doesn't work. So 12 just doesn't work. So the only possible sum that can work is 11, I think. I think we've argued that the sum is 11. So if it's 11, if it's 11, I have to remove 5 or 6. And once I have to remove 5 or 6, I have to remove 5 and 6. And so again, just to articulate this, no, sorry. I did my outie math badly. What do my outies add to? My outies add to 12. Oh, so I can't remove 6. So if I can't remove 6, because 6 plus 6 is 12, that's not going to work. I need a 6 on this line. And this needs to sum to 11. So my other two things... Uh-oh. I think we've just argued our way out of being able to do this, because... Oh, no, 1, 4, 6 works. Okay, so these have to be 1, 4, 6. No, sorry. Okay, sorry. Good point. These have to be 1, 4, 6. So in my brain, 1, 4, 6 had a pair of consecutive digits. I could not tell you what pair of consecutive digits. Just a pair of consecutive digits. So if these have to be 1, 4, 6, and I'm looking to remove 2 digits that add to 12, I have to either have removed... Well, I guess maybe the question is actually, rather than thinking about that, I need to think about what my ways of summing to 11 are, because I'm not doing 5, 6, or 4, 7. So I have to do 2, 9, and 3, 8, right? So these are 2, 9, and 3, 8. Yeah, so these have to be 2, 9, and 3, 8, right? 5 and 6 are consecutive, Nicholas, so I can't use 5, 6. So I think... Oh, why did I put 7? 2, 9, and 3, 8. There we go. That's better. Yeah, but write 8 instead of 7. Yes. Okay, there we go. So that is what we have. Okay, and so I know that these aren't the 7, because they definitely see a 6. And so if those aren't... Wait. What on earth am I doing? Okay, there's still not a 7. It's 2, 9, and 3, 8. Good Lord. Okay. Now we're at 3 instead of 7. I was about to argue that I couldn't put a 7 in either of these cells. However, I can't put a 2 or a 3 in either of these cells because they definitely would see the 1 and the 4. So these cells are an 8, 9 pair. And these cells are a 2, 3 pair. And this cell needs to be consecutive with 2 or 3, and this cell needs to be consecutive with 2 or 3. So neither of these is 6. And so we have one of our harder-earned digit dances. This digit is a 6. Let us bring out Mr. Zackington. Boop, boop, ba doo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop, ba doo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boo, doo, ba doo, boo, doo, ba doo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boo, boo, ba doo, boo, 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 boo. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach, for that well-earned and very 6y dance. Good Lord. Okay, so and we know sort of the possibilities here is that this is 2 and 1, or 3 and 4. Okay. Glob now asks the unfortunate question of, does this help with anything? And I don't know about that. But I feel like I don't think we used absolutely anything that doesn't apply verbatim to this line, right? I think everything we said applies equally well to this line. So I think this also has to be a 6, and I think these also have to be a 1, 4, right? Does anyone feel we used anything about this? Because I feel all we used is it's 7 numbers that are arranged as a 2, and a 3. And I think we argued that the total had to work. So I think it's exactly the same. MicroStudy says no, but I'm not sure if MicroStudy is saying no to my belief that it's the same, or no to my belief that it's not, or no to my belief that it is the same. Oh, could we repeat here? Could we repeat here? Maybe we could repeat here. So these aren't 2 or 3. Right. We had this, we used the Sudoku piece here. That was the trick. We used the Sudoku. Okay. Oh, well, I know that these are different from these. That we proved earlier. So these are definitely different from these. That's true. But that digit and that digit could, in theory, be equal, I think, is the problem. Uh, that is being addressed, because in this case, those two digits saw each other, and so they could not be equal, but we don't actually have that here. So the only thing the X indicates is that this sum and this sum are different digits. Is the thing that is being indicated. Okay, yeah, and so we can use the X, bring back the ketchup, as microstudy says, and say that we proved that these two digits are always either equal or consecutive, and these two digits are equal or consecutive. Okay, so if the logic repeats, Garian is pointing out that one of these is 8, 9, one of these is the other 8, 9, one of these is 6, and then this cell would be a naked 7. And now the point is this can neither be 2, 5, because remember, in that case, these are a 2, 3 pair. So this would have to be 1, 6, but that's a 6. So holy shit. Yeah, Garian is completely right. If we did the same thing here, it would break this line in the most ludicrous possible way. Because again, an 8, 9 would look at this from the flank, and a 6 would look at it from here. This would be a 7, but all the 7 sums would be broken. So we can't do the same thing, which means there has to be a repeated digit. So either circle and circle are the same, or X and X are the same. But I don't think that means, and maybe it doesn't, that they all have to be the same. So I don't think it has to be the case that both X and X and circle are the same. So is that alone enough to prove that this isn't a 6? I don't think so. But it would be nice if it was. Yeah, if they're both the same... I guess if they're both the same, it just immediately breaks, doesn't it? Because if these two are the same, it says this cell is the same as the sum of those two. But if these are both the same, it says this cell is the sum of these two. Actually, maybe that's okay. Is that a problem? I thought that was going to say that, like, these two cells were equal to each other, but I don't think it does. Okay. So Garian says, because of this argument over here, you can actually immediately prove that this cell isn't 2 or 3. So if I just sort of write in all the candidates, it's definitely not 2 or 3, because if it was 2 or 3, I would ruin every way to make a number over here, because I can't use 1 on this line, remember, because that will make 2 digits consecutive. And then my minimum is 4, 5, but 4, 5 is much too... 4, 5 is much too consecutive. And if I go above that, then then I've broken it. So this is not 2 or 3. I don't think it's possibly 1. But I'm not 100% sure that I know that it's not 1. I know that it's not 6 because it... Oh, no, crap. I was going to say because it sees 6, but it's only if they're equal. And these are equal or consecutive. So I don't quite have that. Let's see. If this was a 9, that would be an 8, so this would have to be a 9. But I don't see any problem with that either. Oh yeah, we can take 11 out of this. I think we I think we have internalized that the sum is 11. I enjoy the phrasing. Okay, so I think that Sayori is trying to argue that this needs to be a 2 or a 3. But I don't think I get it yet. So if this is not a 2 or a 3, oh, I'm very confused. Right, one of these is the green 2, 3. I agree with that. So there's a green 2, 3 in here. So I agree about that. And this is, again, because I need a sum here that's not 4 or 5 and doesn't have a 1 in it that still sums to a single-digit number. And that is a thing that I am not allowed to have without that. If row 4, column 5 is not the orange 2, 3, does it break? So I was trying to figure that out. So, but I don't quite see why these couldn't be like 146 or 147 or something like that. I'm missing some connecting piece through it to get me to see that. But it sort of feels like the point is I need a 2, 3 here, and I've ruled it out of those, so it's got to be there. But I don't... If I don't use a 2, 3, I definitely need a 1. I'll give you that. So there's definitely a 1, 2, or 3 in here. Let's see. If I use a 2 in here, then the minimum sum is 12. There's no chance that's interesting, is there? I don't think so. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. If I can find the be right back button, which I swear has moved, even though it has not moved in like a year. All right, I am back. Uh, I have to say, by the way, as much as I feel like, and I don't know that I can articulate why, as much as I feel like this is normally the kind of puzzle that I would feel tortured by, I've been enjoying this, even though it's been sort of slowly sort of picking apart the pieces here. Yeah, I don't know exactly why, but somehow this has been working. Uh, for me. Uh, Something like X goes there or something. I don't know. So, do we know, Maria, that the sum here is even at most 11? Could the sum here be bigger? I think because of the fact that I can repeat a digit, I think the sum might be allowed to be bigger. Like if I make these both 9, for example, I think I might be able to get away with something pretty big, but I don't know. It's possible uh, that there's some argument we can salvage. The thing I'm sort of being really mindful of is if the total gets too large, I put a lot of pressure on this cell. But I don't quite see what to do with that as of yet. Yeah, I'd love to know that this is not 8 or 9, for instance, but I don't think I have any idea about that. I can use the fact that I know that either this and this are the same or this and this are the same, and the fact that I know neither of these is 6 to prove that one of these two is not 6. But that is the most I have at the moment. Let's see. I think row 5, column 5 has to be smaller than one of the X or the O, right? Because this cell is in a sum. Oh, no, it's in a sum that's equal to... It's in a sum that's equal to... If these two are the same... Oh, it's in a sum that's equal to that. Let's see. Garion is saying if this is a 9, something goes badly. If this is a 9, then these two sum to... either 1, 3 or 1, 4, I guess are the two possibilities. But I don't quite see why that breaks. Uh, this cell definitely isn't 1, Jayla points out, because remember, either circle is equal to circle, in which case these two digits sum to that one, or X is equal to X, in which case these two digits sum to that one. If this is a 1, it definitively makes it so that there's 2 consecutive digits in either those cells or these cells. So this is definitely not a 1. Okay, that feels like a significant progress. I mean, I think the only point we've used microstudy is that there has to be a 2 or a 3 in here, right? So yeah, neither of these has a 5 in it. Right, this is certainly not 5 either. Now... But we didn't use it, right, Gary? And I don't think we used it. I think there were some points that were said that I did not quite understand. So Globaglob asked if I could explain why this wasn't 1. Oh, it was in the proof that this had a repeat? Let's see. One moment. So assuming that this line has to have a repeat, I'll explain Globoglob's point and then uh do it. So if these two are equal, then these two sums are equal. But if this is a 1, that's saying these two sum to 1 plus that, but now that's equal to that cell, but that means these two digits are consecutive. And if the other two were equal, we'd be in the same boat. Those two would be consecutive, and we can't have two consecutives that close to each other on these lines. That was the proof I had in mind. But I think we need to go back and recontemplate the point of where we were confident about. We knew these two were different, but then we were contemplating whether it was possible that actually there are no repeated digits anywhere on this line, and we may be cheated in our proof about that. Possibly. I'm trying to see if I can still salvage that this can't be a 1, but I don't think I can quite still salvage that this can't be a 1. I know at least that this is not a 2 or a 3, because that argument still works. That there needs to be a 2 or a 3 in this sum. So at the very least, I'm willing to take out 2 and 3 from this digit. If there are no repeated digits, does it still turn out that this is 6 with a 1, 4 in these two cells? With a 2, 3, 8, 9 over there. That seems possible. Okay, so Chad is arguing that this being 9 breaks. This would be 8. Right. Okay, so if this is 9, it makes that 8, which makes that 3, makes that 9, which makes that 2. Yeah, so if this is 9, it makes that 9 and makes that 2 through the miracle of all of this over here. And so this being a 9 would indeed make this have to be 3, 5 at minimum because of that 2. These would be 3, 5 adding to 8. Okay, I'm with Chad that far. But then I don't follow what the one of the pairs would be at most 5, 7 part. That I do not follow. Oh, right. One of them would be at most 5, 7, right? Because of the because there'd be a 9 here. If there's a 9 here, right. If there's a 9 here and an 8 here, then this is at most 12. But now these would have to be 1, 2. Okay, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. So if this is a 9, that's a 2, which makes that an 8, which now means there's no 8 or 9 here. I mean, I guess as soon as this is a 9, there's no 8 or 9 here. And then that would make this at most 12. But then that being a 9 would require that to be a 1, 2. Okay, so no 9 there. I suspect an 8 here is worse, because if there's an 8 here, then these can't be 7, 8, or 9. Wait, is there me today? Uh uh Funhouse feature, let's go. Oh yeah, so we can do a reaction stream. Uh I will happily do that. Imagine if it was Jello, that would be amazing. Uh yes, I will happily do a reaction stream. Uh I want to argue that this is an 8 while we do. Yeah, I kind of want to finish this puzzle or at least make some progress on this puzzle. Do you want to set up a live reaction? You want to set it up for 3, Tristan? And then we'll give people a little time to show up before we do it. So if this was an 8, then the most this could possibly sum to would be 10. That's never going to work. This is very similar to the logic we did to reduce the size of this. If this is a 7, now we would just outright need a 9 here, because if we didn't use a 9, we would be at most 5, 3, which isn't going to work. So I guess the question is, could we do something? And I think exactly the same arguments I think work over here at the top end. This can't be a 9 or an 8 for the same reasons, because it impacts that. The 2 or 3 argument I think doesn't quite work. Thank you, Playmaker. Much appreciated. Yeah, we'll do a live reaction to Simon's Funhouse stream, or Simon's Funhouse solve in half an hour or so. Let's see. Yeah, given that I posted Jello to LMD like half an hour before stream started, I think the odds were pretty low that that was going to end up showing up on CTC today. I'm curious, how long is the video? That's always one of the things I enjoy seeing in these. 53 minutes. Okay, that sounds about right. Okay, so the absolute max is 753. Okay, yeah, that's way too big. Yeah, so it's way less than that. So yeah, whichever side I use a 7 needs a 9. Can I do something like, if this is a 6, this has to be 2, 4? I do love the thumbnail. The thumbnail looks really cool. If this is a 6, this has to be 2, 4, which would make that a 3. Would rule 4 out of these cells. These would be from 1, 5, 6. I really liked the argument to rule 1 out of these in the instance of knowing that there was some repeat somewhere, but I think we lost our ability to argue that there weren't, or that there had to be a repeat. If there has to be a repeat, there can't be a 1 in here, I guess, is the point. Let's see. See, Nicholas believes these can't be 9. Hmm. Oh yeah, by the OX I just erased. Right. The OX do still have meaning, which is that these two we proved have to either be consecutive or equal. And so if these can't be 8, then these can't be 9. So I endorse MicroStudy's point that these are not 9 and they're not 6. I think you're going to have a real problem if one of these is a 1, because it's going to make the maximum here 10. I don't think that's going to work, but I'm not 100% sure. Sorry, Globaglob pointed that out. Sorry. That's true. This cell's not an 8 or a 9, so we can actually corner mark 8 9s into these cells, which gives us an empty rectangle kind of thing. So yeah, so if these are equal, the sum is at most 12. Do I know for sure that there is an 8 or a 9 in one of these sums? So if there's no 8, 9 in either of them, does that tell me anything exciting? Oh, the 11 came back. I'm sorry, Sarah. Uh, so we proved this couldn't be a 1 when we assumed that this line had to have repeats, but then we questioned whether that argument was correct and decided we didn't believe the argument that this couldn't have repeats, and so that broke the argument that this couldn't be 1, I think. Unless there is a different argument that this can't be 1. So if this is a 1 and these two differ by 1, can we somehow make that say something that's bad or good? Yeah, the difference here is either 0 or 1. And the difference here is either 0 or 1. I agree with that statement. And if it's 0, this can't be a 1. Because if these are equal, this can't be a 1. That's the thing that I have seen. If these differ by 1, then it becomes less clear to me what's happening. Yeah, if we want to eliminate 1, we have to disprove that these have a difference of 1 and these have a difference of 1 simultaneously. Which is I would 100% believe that we can do that, but I don't yet see how to do that. Let's see. What else do we know? I mean, I know this cell is fairly restricted. It can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Or 6. Oh, God, I'm going to pencil mark it. This line feels so important here. So we know it does have a 2 or a 3 on it. That we do believe. And likewise, this line needs to have a 2 or a 3 on it as well, but that's less good because it doesn't point at anything. But there is still a green 2, 3 here. That's still true, regardless of everything else that happens. Garion can prove the sum isn't 12. So currently our possible sums are, did we ever even prove the sum isn't 9? I don't even know if we ever proved the sum isn't 9. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Selena wants to claim that these two cells uh, also share this relationship of differing by at most one. Let me grab a different color here so it stands out a little more. That's not very standouty either. Uh, these also differ by at most one. And so if these don't differ by, if these aren't equal or differ by at most one, then these again are forced to be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, which would force both of these to be even, would force this to be a 6 or an 8. What else goes wrong? Okay, so arguing that there's got to be a 1 and a 3 in here. Because if these are 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, the total can't be 10, because why can't the total be 10 and be 1, 9? Because of where the 1 and the 9 would be, right? So if the total were 10, if these are 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, of course the total is not 10, because the total is odd, because these definitely sum to an odd number because there's 3 of them and they're all odd. So you could never put 1 you could never put 1 in one of the outer sums. So you'd have a 1 here. Okay. If I want to put 3 in one of the outer sums, then it would have to be 3, 8. And this is what Selena is telling us doesn't work, to make one of these 3, 8. Because 1, 5, 7 is too large. Because you're right, if the 3 is not in one of those two cells, the 3 is... Sorry, if this 3 is not here, then 3 is in one of these two cells, and these are 1, 5, 7. But then the most you could make of these would be... the least you could make these sum to is 1, 5, 7, which is 13, which can't have a 3 in it. Okay. So I agree. The 1 and the 3 would be in here. In that universe. So what do I put the 3 with? Or sorry, the 1 and the 3. The 1 and the 3 definitely don't go with the 9, because if the... Sorry, the 1 and the 3 definitely don't go with a 5, because then the sum is 9, and I've got a 9 elsewhere. I need a 0 in one of these cells. That's not going to work. 1, 3, 7... is 11, and then that would put a 5 in one of the outsides, which would go with a 6, and that's not good. And 1, 3, 9 would put a 7 in the outside, but then that would go with a 6. So I think Selena's observation here is related to this observation before, that we kept sort of forcing ourselves to use adjacent digits in some way that I think we haven't fully articulated. But I agree with Selena's proof. These two are either identical or differ by 1. Now, they're not identical. We know that. We've already proven they're not identical. So they differ by 1. So one of these is 1 larger than the other. So these differ by 1, and these, therefore, also differ by 1. Oh boy. Okay, so these differ by at most, or sorry, these differ by exactly 1. And so therefore, because these differ by exactly 1, and these two differ by at most 1, these two differ by at most 2, and these two differ by at most 2. So yeah, X and O differ by at most 2. So doesn't that make this have to be a 1? Uh, Oh, and X and O can't differ by 1 or 0, so they have to differ by exactly 2 because they're too close to each other. So that's true. So these differ by exactly 2, and these differ by exactly 2. Okay, I agree with that. So if these differ by exactly 2, that does mean that these differ by exactly 1. Oh, right. These x's aren't the same. But I do think it's true. So these differ by at most 1. Yeah, so let's go through this again. Remember, these differ by at most 1. These differ by at most 1. These two differ by at most 1. And so the question is, how many at most 1 links do I have to go through? So this differs by at most 1 from that number to here says these differ by at most 1. So that's it. So these two differ by at most 2, I think. But they can't be equal or consecutive. They have to differ by 2 exactly. So I think it's these two that differ by 2 exactly. Do we concur that these differ by exactly 2? And these differ by exactly 2? I think that's the conclusion. Yeah, so I think we don't repeat. I think is what we've ended up concluding is I think we don't repeat. So I think these have to differ by exactly 2. And we can't get these to differ by exactly 2 if these two are equal. So let's just do it directly. If these two are equal, and these two differ by 1. These two are equal, but those two differ by 1. Well, that's no good because I've got something that differs by 1 right down there. And that's not going to work. So yeah, I don't have repeats. I think is the conclusion. This certainly can't be 1 because that can't be 2 or 3. That might be the deduction that does it. Who knows? Okay, and now, yes, the micro study saving us from going too far down the must repeat line. Okay, so now, can this possibly be a 1? I have no idea, I'll be honest. I know that these differ by exactly 2, right? And these differ by exactly 2. But these differ by exactly 1. So I think no repeats now. Does that mean this has to be a 6? Is that the conclusion? Does this still have to be a 6? Because I think the no repeats is the only thing we needed to do this part up here, right? So I think this has to be a 6, and I think we get the same story that we had before. So I think this has to be a 6. These have to be an 8, 9. Oops. So these have to be a 2, 3. And these have to be a 1, 4. And so this cell sees 6, 7, 8, and 6, 8, and 9, and so is a 7, I believe. And we know that these differ by exactly 2, which we see is very plausible. These differ by exactly 2, which is very plausible. These two differ by exactly 1, which is sort of funny that I have them both circled to indicate that they differ by exactly 1. But that makes that a 7. Okay, I'm going to try and color my 2 3s in a consistent way now, because this is the orange 2 3, so I don't need to do that craziness. This is the green 2 3 over here, so I don't need to keep that anymore. And then I'm going to make my 8 9s actually different. So that's the circle 8 9. That's the X 8 9. Just to do that, this is not 6 or 7. Okay, so if this is okay, so it's got to be 2 5 because it can't be 1 6 or 3 4. So this is 2 5. And so the green is 2. The orange is 3. Oops. So that's 8. That's 9. I seem to recall that's got to be a 1 and that's got to be a 4. I guess I don't even have to recall. I just can't put a 3 next to a 4 in the thing. So that's an 8, apparently. So got all of that. Let's get rid of that coloring. Oh, yeah, so this is now that 2 fixes that that's the 4 and that's the 1. And I think now I can get rid of the jewelry on everything. All the jewelry, all the color can go. So we can just get rid of the coloring, and I think we can now do a puzzle. So the 8 is not 1 7 because of reasons we've noted before, and it's not 2 6 either. So the 8 has to be 3 5. Thank you, Sayori. The 1 is just placed in box 4, just sudoku-logically. The 1... Oh, I guess I don't know there's not a 1 in those sums. Let's see. Let me fill in this mess. Can you give me the quadruple? 4 5 6 7 is the answer to what goes there. I guess. Oh, I still have some red lines that I don't need anymore. That's true. I do still have some red lines that I don't need anymore. Row 5, column 6 is a naked single, so it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. It is a naked 9. Amazing. So these are 2, 3, 5. So that's a 3, 5 pair, which has made that a 2, which has made that a 5, which has made that a 3, which has made that a 5, which has made that a 3. So these aren't 5. This digit, oh, that's a 7 because of the 2 5 pair. So that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 5. This digit is a naked something, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's an 8. So we can do these strips of digits. 3, 7, 9, 1, 4, 6. 1, 4 does not work. So if I try to do 1, 4, the problem with that is that I'm going to need to make these 1, 4 or 2, 3, and both are problems. So 1, 4 won't work. So there's definitely a 6 in here. So this is not a 6. So if these are 1, 6, these can't be 2, 5 or 3, 4 or 1, 6. That's not going to work either. So they are 4, 6 for sure, is what we have concluded at the end of this. So let's mark these as well. So these also had better be 4, 6 because they have to have the same sum. So that is a 1 and a 2. So you can push it back just a smidge. Yeah, that is fine. So this is not 3, 7 or 4, 6. So this is 1, 9 or 2, 8. That's not a 2, so that's not an 8. That's not a 1, so that's not a 9. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Let's mark up all of this stuff, see if anything falls out. That's a 6, 7 pair. So that's a 5 and a 4. These are a 7, 9 pair. So these aren't 7 or 6. They are 1 and 8. Let's see. How about this whole box? Let's just try it. That did not go as well as I hoped. Let's see. Maybe I should not do that. Is there anything interesting going on up here that I haven't noticed? Doesn't look like it, but I've got to do something to finish the puzzle. So the question is, does this have well, it doesn't have a repeat. Do these two have to be consecutive, or can this possibly be 1, 3, 5, 7? If this is 1, 3, 5, 7, these are a 3, 5 pair, and that's the 5, and that's the 3. And then these would have to be 1, 5, 7. But I don't see any reason why that doesn't work. At least not that I can see. Let's see. Oh, sorry. 179 is what these would have to be. That'd have to be 179. But that seems all totally reasonable to me. Okay. Well, one of these two is a 1, for whatever that is worth. Is there more Sudoku that I can somehow manage to do? If these two are consecutive, does that tell me something interesting? Let's see. There's a 6 over here. The only spot on this Nabner that can be a 2 is this one, which seems kind of interesting. Oh, you want me to mark the ends? Okay, so let's just mark the ends. Okay, so these are consecutive, or that's a 9 and that's a 3. Those are the two possibilities. So because of that, this is never a 4, for example. Because 4 is not consecutive with any of those. But that might be the entire thing that I can immediately rule out. But probably if we think about it more, we might be able to do a little bit more. Let's see. Do we always need a 1 and a 9 on the Nabner? I mean, I don't see any reason why we couldn't do 1 or 9. I think we always need a 1 or a 9 on the Nabner. At least I'll go that far. But I don't know that we need a 1 and a 9 immediately. Let's see. 3 and a 5 over here. But I am worried that making this a 6 will maybe make the world break. Because if this is a 6, this is a 5 or a 7. And is that a problem? Because now these 3 digits can't be consecutive with 6. So they can't be 5, 6, or 7. So these would have to be... No, that's fine. They could be 1, 3, and 9, or they could be... Wait, maybe that is a problem. Because that's not exactly in the middle. Boy. So if there's a 3 on the Nabner, it's here. If there's a 2 on the Nabner, it's here. So I only get 1 of 2 or 3 on the Nabner, for whatever that's worth, because the only places they can go are consecutive. Uh, if this is an 8, then these have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they could only be 1, 4, or 6. So that would have to be the 1. And that would have to be 4 or 6. Oh, no. Right. That would break that. Right. If this is an 8, these have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means they're from 1, 4, 6. But I can't use the 1. So this would have to be 8, 4, 6, except that can't be 4 or 6. So I'm willing to use that can't be an 8, I believe. No 6. You're saying this can't be 6? Or people were just telling me I should look at the 6s looking down at this when I was doing the Sudoku. I think that's what people were telling me. So I'm just going to mark these cells. So if this is not a 1, what options do I have? Oh, that's true. I hadn't thought about that. These two are different, is MicroStudy's point, because they are there. And so this cell and this cell are both not 4, 6. So if I mark them, I can remove 4 and 6 as candidates from them. So that is not as helpful as I maybe had fantasized about it being. That's not a 4, 6. So if there's neither a 4 nor a 6 over there, then these cells are a 4, 6 pair. But I don't see that. I don't see that fracturing anything. Okay, so Glob is pointing out if this is an 8, then this goes 8, 4, 6. And 8, 4, 6 wipe out all of the abilities of that to be anything. So this is definitely a 1 or a 7. Mekdi also sees that, so we've got that. So this is 1 or 7. Feels like we're maybe close-ish, possibly. Okay, so this is 8 or 2 or 1 and 9. So those two things go together. I don't know if that's if there's any way that's useful. Yeah, I guess now Sayori's pointing out there's definitely an 8 in one of these two cells. So these two cells are never 8. I guess that one cell is never 8. Let's see. Yeah, let's mark row 8, column 3. Let's see. If this is an 8, does that break in similar ways? Because if this is an 8, then that's a 1, 4, 6. 8, 1, 4, 6. Is that bad? So it couldn't be 3 because of the 4. Couldn't be 5 because of the 6. Couldn't be 7 or 9. Yeah, this can't be 8 either. For what it's worth in our thing about 8s. Yeah, I guess 8, 4 immediately breaks everything that could possibly be there. Let's see. If... Yeah, and I'm not cheating because these internal ones, they basically apply to the entire thing. The only thing I'm allowed to do is do that. Okay, I'm being told 2 also breaks here, which sounds good. If this is a 2... Okay, actually, MicroStudy says if this is a 7, it breaks. Let's try that. So if this is a 7, then what happens? 7 forces... I don't quite see that. Let's see. Jay says if this is a 6, it breaks. Because then you go 6, 1. And now this cell has no value. As soon as I go 6, 1, this cell's dead. So this is not a 6. This is definitely a 9. Which means those aren't 9. Okay, so any one of these we do should hopefully make this easier. Row 8, column 3 being 1 breaks. Okay, so if this is a 1 and a 7, then that's a 4. And now the 4 wipes out 3 and 5, and that... Okay, yep, this being a 1 does indeed break. I am just desperate enough to mark this and see if anything nice happens. Nothing nice happened. Now 7 breaks more easily, because if this is a 7, then it goes with a 4 and a 2, and that doesn't work. Yep. In fact, get that. So this is not a 2 anymore. If this is a 4, it makes this a... Oh, if this is a 4, it makes this a 7, which makes that a 5. That doesn't work. So this being 4 doesn't work. So that's a 7, that's a 5, and that's a 3. I wonder what the elegant way of doing that was. Yeah, this feels more like a discovery than a puzzle, I feel like. Although it is a cool discovery that this works. But yeah, we definitely... If there was a really smooth path through this puzzle, we did not find it. For sure. So now I think I'm prepared to mark the rest of this. I definitely did not know what I was getting myself into when I signed up for this one, huh? So let's fill in all those. So that's a 9 and a 5. That's a 6 and a 2 and an 8 and a 7. A 4 and a 6 and a 4 and a 6 and a 4 and an 8. Yeah, because it's a JC Godart puzzle, it's possible there is a very elegant coloring solution through all of this. So that 4 means this isn't a 3, so it's a 7. And that 4 means this isn't a 5, so it's a 1. So we got 7, 9, 3, 5, 3, 9, 7, 4, 1, 9, 3. And the bet tree is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So I'm going to head over to a reaction stream. I'm going to pause this real quick and let Tristan set it up and tell you exactly what he wants to do, whether he wants to do a different stream or the stream or whatever. But I will let him do that. So I may or may not hop over. Tristan will let you know. I'll be back in just a moment with a reaction stream for Simon's solve of Funhouse.